We're going to do this again. Good afternoon or morning, and welcome to this third Thursday. We're going to be talking about water quality, farmers markets, food safety. We have a big program for you today, so hang with us. It's going to be a long day, but you're going to get a lot of good information. We have a lot of people tabling with us today. We have a lot of our partners outside, so if you get a chance to walk out there, we have Feeding Kentucky, Hort Council, KDA, Grow Appalachia, K-Card, and the University of Kentucky Center for Crop Diversification is here also. We also have a table out there on water quality and the water quality program that we're going to be talking about. A few things here at Kentucky State University I wanted to mention is we actually obtained some land recently for another farm that we're going to be doing some sustainable agriculture programs on. So look for more information on that coming up. There is a workshop and program at Whitley County on the 21st and 22nd at the Extension Office that we are hosting. It is tomorrow and Saturday, so if you get a chance, see me and you can get registered for that, or you can look for it online. At this time, I want to say again, welcome. Thank you all for being here. And we'll go ahead and get the program started. We're going to start off with Dr. Tope here at Kentucky State University. We're going to play a short video, and then he's going to come up and tell you about the water quality program that we have here. Thank you.
Part of Kentucky State University's land grant program. My area of discipline is human nutrition and food safety. Way back in 2013 through 16, we actually had a project to check the microbial quality of the produce coming out, and we realized that irrigation water plays a significant role, and roughly about 13 to 16% of the samples that we were testing then had a very significantly high count of E. coli, that same germ that should not be found at all in drinking water. The EPA standards for drinking water, potable water, is 0. For irrigation water, we have a slightly more leeway, but then we thought this was important. And with FSMA coming in, the Food Safety Modernization Act coming in, and most of our farmers being small farmers, we thought it might be a good idea to offer that service to get their irrigation water tested for presence and the number of E. coli. And we heard about the USDA's Agricultural Marketing Services grant advertisement, and we pursued that particular grant, and we were lucky that we got funded for it. And yeah, that's how we are able to offer 4 different labs across the state of Kentucky to help our small farmers to get their irrigation water tested. This is a very important resource to get the irrigation water tested for the E. coli. E. coli are the bacteria that most of the mammals excrete in their feces, and they represent and count in the water that we use for irrigation purposes matters, because that establishes what is technically called a fecal-oral route of contamination. So we are looking at crops that essentially come in contact with irrigation water. Should that water be contaminated beyond a particular point with E. coli, it poses a potential for propagation of waterborne diseases, especially E. coli, and that can establish entry of E. coli into the food supply and can thereby invite an outbreak. And the whole idea behind FSMA is to ensure that we are preventing than managing a foodborne outbreak. Most of the Kentucky farmers being small farmers, Many of these farms and farmers are exempt because they don't make 25,000 and above, but they would like to grow what they grow in a safe manner and are interested in following the Food Safety Modernization Act.
Glad you could join me at the Appalachian Groundswell offices. And this is a private business, Appalachian Groundswell, that is with stream mitigation and restoration. Part of that project is giving back to community and community engagement. So the space here is made available to our City of Whitesburg Farmers Market and for other organizations that need a base here to work out of that are engaged in community development. Growing up, actually, I had not heard as familiar with Kentucky State University as I should have been. And so that's been one of the great benefits of being involved with this agriculture work is seeing the impact that Kentucky State University can have in small rural communities, and especially communities that have that are struggling that don't have enough resources available. So our first connection came through the small scale farm and Miss Joni Nelson and the program there that brought a lot of additional resources to our organizations and to individual farmers there. I believe she helped in the introduction to Dr. Tope that was natural. That as we grow our gardens and as we begin these, we learn that there's more important aspects to that than just having the seeds and having the land, but we want to make sure that what we have is safe and that what we have is meeting the needs and is certainly doing no harm. So we had that connection. He reached out to us. I think that we have a strong community base here of farmers that are well connected, can be in touch with them easily, share resources, share information. So it felt like a good fit there. So when he reached out, we were happy to volunteer to be a partner on that grant. We're happy to offer space here for the lab, a home for it to rest in, a place that our farmers are comfortable to come in for other reasons throughout time periods. We just had one here today who, Tim Breeding with Rocket Farms, who's had his water tested through his project and appreciative of the knowledge that comes with that and the expense saved for farmers. And I feel really glad that we did have this ongoing relationship. One of our farmers was a small scale farmer of the year at Kentucky State University maybe 10 years ago, Shane Lucas. He was hit hard in the flood, his garden, his high tunnels, his home. So there is that ongoing connection there, and it feels like we're not just reaching out to strangers, but friends and people that we have a relationship with, and we appreciate this continued opportunity um, with KSU to be able to offer these water samples.
Can you hear me? Yep, I can hear myself. Good morning. Welcome back again. My name is Avinash, last name is Tope, and as got introduced, I am an associate professor in food safety and chronic health disease prevention at Kentucky State University. So we are going to be looking at the Food Safety Modernization Act and how it impacts and its significance relating to the produce safety aspect of it and where irrigation water quality matters. So the act was introduced in 2011 and finally got into place in 2014. The produce safety rule of the Food Safety Modernization Act for is, we are going to call it FSMA. The PSR of the FSMA essentially needs all agricultural water must be safe, and the whole idea behind it is we are working toward preventing any foodborne illness coming especially out of the food supply. It is more of on the prevention side than on how we are going to run after the outbreak happens. So the whole idea is that water that is intended to or is likely to contact the harvested portion of the covered produce or food contact surface must get tested. Who exactly is covered under FSMA? Anybody who makes 25,000 or more in their transaction for the year. Who's exempt? Those who make less than 25,000, who grow food for personal consumption. And there is a bunch of other intended exemptions there. But whoever is in any produce would like to grow what they grow safely. And as we heard in the video, we were funded by the Agricultural Marketing Services wing of USDA to come up with labs, satellite labs, and help our farmers to get that irrigation water that they use get tested for E. coli. So we were there are different standards for the kind of water that gets used for irrigation and the water that gets used for post-harvest washes. So we will go over the details. Any questions at this point in time? This is going to be very laid back. This is going to be very informal. Feel absolutely free to raise your hands if you have questions. I would prefer it being more interactive than being a monologue. So we are looking at the covered and exempt farms criteria. We are looking at those that are covered under the FSMA are commercial farms with more than 25,000 per year of produce sale. Average, this is an average that we are looking at from the past 3 years. Farms that are exempt are that do not make 25 grand a year. Produce that is not raw or only for personal use, and food grains are exempt. Again, if not required, why get tested? The idea is simply a good idea, keep everybody safe. So what exactly was the objective here? To provide water quality testing to determine the presence of E. coli and associated members of the extended family. In microbiological terms, E. coli belong to a big cluster of bacteria called the coliform bacteria. All mammals harbor them in their GI tract, in their gastrointestinal tract. And their feces contain coliform bacteria. Depending on the nature of mammal, we may have a few members present or absent, or a few numbers of those that are present up and down. But we all excrete coliform. And E. coli happens to be one of the members of the coliform bacteria. Their presence and their numbers in the water are frank indicators of whether that water has gotten in contact with fresh feces, fresh poop from other mammals and about to get into human food supply. Right now, on this farm, I'm told, not right now, till yesterday afternoon, we were under the boil water advisory where we are right now. And the whole idea behind that was we were anticipating, suspecting either works. I'm not exactly sure about the details as to why we were under a boil water advisory, but it could be maintenance job, it could be a sewage seepage somewhere, or any one of those reasons, and we were anticipating. Usually when that happens, we are anticipating contamination, and we want folks to get aware, and we suggest them to get that water boiled. We do not have that privilege while we work on the farms. And depending on who you are going to use different sources of water for irrigation. It could be municipal water if you are lucky enough to have municipal supply close to where you are located. Spring water for surface, or it could be lake, pond, river, creek for surface waters. If you are using groundwater, then yeah, you are looking at groundwater. So there are multiple sources people use for irrigating. The whole idea was to provide educational support to farmers concerning the importance of water quality and produce safety, as well as to connect farmers to resources to increase their sales. The whole idea is, hey, if you are a farmer who would like to follow the Food Safety Modernization Act's documentational requirement and have a farm safety plan, getting your water tested and having a report of that water being tested is a big part of your farm safety plan. It definitely helps. We believe it is going to help you to keep up with the regulation and be safe. As we just discussed, we have groundwater, we have surface water, municipal water, and there is a relatively newer mechanism of using cistern water, that's the rain harvest. So this is another method of harvesting the rainwater and using it for irrigation purposes. So again, what do we test for and how do we do it? It's a very simple process. We test for the sanitary quality, as we said. The testing is done by first looking for coliform bacteria, and then we look for specifically E. coli. Too many details here, too many technical details here. If you would like to avoid those, if we look at this part, what we do is we have a sample of water. This is just to show what exactly happens once the sample comes to the lab. The one on the left, there is a tray that we have added the sample water. The yellow wells are indicators of coliform bacteria that need not necessarily mean E. coli. They are extended family members of the E. coli family. And the one on to the right, those which glow blue, are the net E. coli. The same tray is put under a UV lamp, and that's where we spot E. coli and we count them. These two are not the same trays, by the way. This is just a depiction of what we do here. Any questions? Am I doing that well? Am I doing that well, really? Okay, I'll take it. All right, so where does the process start? We are located we will go to that part in a few slides further. We are located in three corners of Kentucky right now. We are located in Frankfort. First lab is located in Frankfort on my campus. The other one, as we heard Valerie, it is in Whitesburg, that serves the south and southeastern corner of the state. The other one happens to be in Hodgenville, LaRue County, about 90 miles from here. And the latest happens to be in Bowling Green in Western Kentucky. That serves the Western Kentucky area. So we reach out to the farmers. They get to stop by, pick up a kit. If you are interested, we have a booth outside. There is a kit. That kit contains a pair of gloves, instructional brochure about how to go about, a pair of gloves, a sample bottle with a label stuck on it. So all you have to do is grab it. Depending on the nature of water you are using for irrigation purpose, there are instructions on do's and don'ts. Fill that water sample, label it the day and the time, and label the way you would like to be identified. Pass it over to any of those 4 labs, whichever one is closer to you. I'll be sharing in the next few slides where exactly those labs are located in each of those places, with the contact name and everything. So you drop that off maybe within 4 hours of the time of sampling, preferably within 4 hours. If you are located at a distance that takes you longer to travel than 4 hours, we suggest you have put them in an ice box. If you need it, we can provide that also. So once you drop it off at the lab, well, that's what we do for groundwater. There are specific instructions that are part of the kit if you are using what to do if you are using groundwater, how to collect sample if you are using spring water. If you are using municipal water, you really don't have to do much at all, because the municipality is taking care of controlling that microbial quality for you. Yes, sir.
So municipal water, we don't need to be doing these tests. We're only using municipal water.
That is correct. If you are using, the question was, we don't have to do anything if you are using municipal water. Did I get it right? Yes, you are depending, you are counting on your municipality to take care of that aspect for you. But if you want to be doubly sure, go ahead, do it. Feel free to do it. Any questions regarding how to go about? So where all are we located? One lab where it all started at is in my lab on my campus. Atwood Research Building, Kentucky State University, Whitesburg. Because we have relatively few people who run around, we have days assigned where we suggest you to drop them off. If you are located in Eastern Kentucky, drop-off day is Monday at 2 p.m. or by 2 p.m. on Tuesday. The idea is, if you are picking up your sample, bring it in. There is a refrigerator. You are sticking that sample in there. There will be a form for you. There will be information on you so that we know who's dropping it off. That way we identify you. And by Tuesday, once the samples come in, one of us goes there on Tuesday to process them. Processing takes about 45 minutes at most, depending on the volume of water samples. But what takes long is the incubation time for those water samples to be for 24 hours. So it takes about a day for it to sit in the incubator that the lab already has, and for us to follow up after that day. So Tuesday we process it. Wednesday it sits into the incubator. Thursday afternoon we are ready for reporting. So within a week's time, you get the findings on your sample for sure. If you are in Hodgenville, we are located, drop-off days are Wednesday to Thursday. So Thursday by 2 p.m., if you get that done, we process it, and Saturday we are ready with your process. Bowling Green, drop-off time is to be, when this slide was made, it was to be determined. It is now like Whitesburg, Monday and Tuesday. So there is a change on the last one. Bowling Green, Monday and Tuesday. Here are the folks who are helping us to pass on the kits to you, give what you need so that you work with them. And when the samples come in, they tip us up saying, Tope, we have these many samples, bring somebody over. Who's helping us? This is coming out of the, as I said, the Agricultural Marketing Services wing of USDA. If you do not want, normally I generally throw in another slide here. Once your sample comes in, and the technician who actually processes your samples does their job, if you prefer, on the sign-in sheet, you give us a preference on how you would like us to share the report to you. Would you prefer it to be mailed to you with a regular snail mail? Would you like to have it emailed to you? Would you like us to take a picture and send it and text it to you? We can do all of that. So that is captured in the write-up or in the sign-in sheet. And once that sample comes in, while I operate from Frankfurt, Even I don't get to know whose sample it is. It is with the technician who decodes that sample. So we follow the HIPAA regulation. Farmer John, who gave a sample to it, whatever code, we decode it, and it gets, once that goes over to Farmer John, I do not keep track of it. This is in order to help maintain the privacy part. Yes, sir.
I was wondering, once you get those results, is there anything else in there to help interpret what those results are? I mean, I'm not a lab technician, I'm not a scientist, so I get this thing and it says, you've got E. coli. Okay, is this too much? Is this not enough? And then past that, once we get that information, what can we do in terms of mitigation if we do have a E. coli problem?
I deliberately skipped that slide from adding in there. Excellent question. The question was, what do you do? Do you help us to tell us if the numbers are not according to what they should be? How do you help us in getting that mitigated? Yes, sir. The report actually contains, it's like a lab report that we do for our blood work. So should something be found abnormal, it does tell you what the normal values for that particular parameter is supposed to be. And then it also captures on the right-hand side, it highlights whether it is high or low. Am I making sense? Like any doctor's report that, in a lab report that we get for blood work, it does. Right. So it does tell you whether the parameter was normal or abnormal, whether it was high or low. We do follow something. We have, the report actually helps the farmer to get to know what the count, the normal or accepted counts are supposed to look like. And there is a substantial leeway in terms of, depending on the nature of water, depending on the source of water, there is a substantial leeway in terms of, there is enough latitude for seasonal fluctuations, which do happen, day-to-day fluctuations, seasonal fluctuations. So there is substantial leeway that is already captured in there. And nobody punishes you for, should your sample be way over the accepted norm for that source of water the first time around. Am I making sense? So if we are repeatedly getting the same sample testing too hot, too high, for too many times, then yeah, if you would like us to sit down with you and figure out what could be a mitigation strategy, we will be more than happy to do that with you.
So
Yes,
my question is, so when the report comes back, then does it tell you to apply for, my situation, it's a well. And the well is getting closer, it's maybe still a couple hundred feet away from the creek, but everything on my property is downhill. The pond, which has the birds in it, all of that goes on downhill. But we tend to find that we have E. coli in the pond, in the well water. And so in the past, when we've had it tested in Midway, we try to do that, or maybe it's for sales. We try to do that once a year, and it comes up E. coli. And so it'll say, well, to treat it with a half a gallon of bleach per whatever my well water holds, or 1 gallon of bleach and let it sit there, blah, blah, blah. And so it does give me specifics as to what to do. So will the report that we're getting from this particular program, will it give us, a plan of action in order to turn that around?
Excellent question. So what I'm hearing is, do you actually walk us through the mitigation strategy and prescribe one for us? Did I get the question right? We will work with you, but I don't think, because each one of us is different, there are some general rules to follow in terms of mitigation strategies. One of those, we would be able to, again, offer you that as a solution, as a consultation. But is that really covered in the grant? I wouldn't say so strongly about it. Yeah, we will let you know what we are finding. We definitely will be able to, if you would like us to visit and figure out what can be done to mitigate it, we will be more than happy to. Did I answer the question? And by the way, one Bottom line here is this is all for free. If you are using spring water, you are supposed to get tested 20 times in 1 year. Groundwater, 4 times. On an average, if you are following the FSMA, on an average, private labs charge anywhere between $20 to $60 per sample, depending on where you send and what all you get analyzed in it. So this is for free. This takes care of your produce safety part and FSMA. This is the whole idea, is to reassure you about whatever you are doing being done safely. Any questions? Awesome. Right now, Bowling Green Lab is cranking up reports. Thanks to Tyler. We were here a few months ago. We were interacting with one another. He got me connected with Ryan, who works for the state for KDA. And boy, did he hit the ground running. He's keeping me busy. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Tope. And that kind of leeways into us. We're going to have Tyler come up and talk a little bit about the Produce Safety Alliance with KDA and tell you some about the programs and some of the things that they're doing there.
Thanks, Joni. Hey, everybody. My name is Tyler Goodlett, like Joni said, with the Kentucky Department of Agriculture Produce Safety Program. If you guys haven't heard of us before, we also usually get called FSMA, or you might have heard of our PSA, Produce Safety Alliance grower trainings before. If you haven't heard of any of those things before, please talk to me outside. I'm right outside here by the end of the day. But basically, we do the farm inspections under the produce safety rule, kind of like Dr. Tope was just talking about, all across Kentucky. And the first step for us to find out about your farm is filling out this little survey card here. And once you fill out the survey card, we can kind of help you figure out where your farm falls. As Dr. Tope said, it depends on your produce sales. So that $25,000, if you're over that in just produce sales, then you're covered under the rule and you can either be exempt or all those kind of things. And we can help you figure that out based on a farm-by-farm basis. So feel free to come out and talk to me, and that's about it. Thanks so much.
Thank you, Tyler. I just wanted to make sure we highlighted his program and some of the things that he's doing with produce safety here in the state with KDA. Next up, we're going to have Angela Watson with USDA Farm Service Agency. She's going to talk to us about one of the new programs that they have, the non-insured crop insurance.
Thanks, Joni. As Joni said, my name is Angela Watson, and I am with the Farm Service Agency. And I just wanted to take just a few minutes and let you guys know, I have found throughout my career that a lot of times my fruit and vegetable growers, farmers market growers, don't realize that USDA Farm Service Agency has programs that can be very beneficial to you. And so Joni was kind enough to slide me in the schedule so that I could just give you a very brief overview of some of what we have, and encourage you to visit your local office if you are not already participating with the Farm Service Agency. Register your farm. There is no acreage limit as to what size a farm is to participate with us. You just need to be commercially producing a commodity. And if you sell at a farmer's market, a U-Pick, that sort of stuff, you most assuredly are participating, selling an ag commodity, and you can participate with us. Like I said, I'm just going to do a very brief overview. The main thing I'm going to talk about is our Non-Insured Crop Disaster Assistance Program, also called NAP. We love our acronyms. But before I go into those programs, I want to mention that we have a lot of USDA Farm Service Agency. We recognize 4 groups of historically underserved producers. And I want to define those first because that's going to play into some of what I talk about in just a second. Let's see if I can do the slide thing. All right. So, like I already said, ignore the contact information. Forgot to update my slide. But the farmers.gov Service Center locator will help you find your local service center for both FSA and NRCS, as well as contact information for rural development and RMA. It's also a really excellent customer-facing resource for finding out more information about all of our programs, those I talk about today, new things on the horizon, and other things as well. Okay, I've already mentioned just a brief overview. FSA has disaster programs, conservation programs, safety net programs, risk management programs, and farm loans. I just want to throw that out there in case you're not already familiar with FSA. We do have a table out front, and we'll be glad to answer any questions about all of these things that I don't cover here today. Okay, historically underserved producer groups. Members of these 4 communities are recognized as having been underserved and discriminated against in the past. And so we are seeing more and more of our programs offer a little bit of a leg up to these groups as we try to increase participation in our programs. One of these groups is the socially disadvantaged group. And that includes all of our minorities, and for some of our programs, it also includes women, and for some of our programs, it does not. And so you want to make sure that you get certified as whatever of these 4 groups you qualify for, and that way, for whatever programs we have, you're ready to go. We also recognize beginning farmers. According to our definition, if you have not been operating a farm, materially and substantially participating in that farming operation for more than 10 years, you qualify as a beginning farmer. Has nothing to do with age, it's just how long have you been the one operating a farm in your own right. Our veteran farmers are recognized as an underserved producer group, and for this definition, you have to obtain your veteran status within the most recent 10-year period. This is not because we don't appreciate the service of all of our veterans, we do, but this rule kind of helps transition from military life to civilian life, and so we want to give you that advantage, if we can, as you make that transition. And then the last of our 4 groups are our limited resource farmers and ranchers. This is an annual certification that you make with your local office, and it has to do with gross total household income as well as direct and indirect farm sales. So now that we have a basic idea of those 4 groups, whether you're in one of those groups or not, we do have a program that is particularly relevant to our topic here today, which is this Non-Insured Crop Disaster Assistance Program. With a name like that, you can see why we use an acronym. This program is crop insurance for crops that you can't get insurance through a typical crop insurance agent for. So our farmers market crops, fruits, vegetables, and that's honey, those sorts of things. If you are selling that, you can get insurance through us. When it comes to those historically underserved producer groups, and for this program, women count, you get basic coverage, which is a 50-55 coverage level, so you have to have a 50%, greater than 50% loss. We will reimburse you 55% of the price, the market price. That coverage level is free if you are one of our historically underserved producer groups. And in addition to that, after you've had the coverage for the first year, you can also purchase premium coverage. And if you are one of our 4 groups, that coverage is at a reduced price. That is a per crop purchase, and it's per county as well. But once you buy so many and you get the rest free, kind of a thing going on there too. I do have some brochures and more information about that at our table. I also wanted to mention our tree assistance program. This is a disaster program, so it only kicks in when there has been an eligible natural disaster, but this program helps qualifying orchardists and nursery tree growers to be able to replant or rehabilitate those trees that are damaged. So this also includes vines, like grapevines and things like that. So this can be a real, it's a cost share, so it's a really good assistance program when you've had those things damaged, because it's not cheap to plant fruit trees back again. And you've already lost that extra yield because you're having to plant young trees when you may have lost, producing trees, but at least it is a little bit of assistance. So I wanted to throw that out there. Most people are not aware that we have that program. And then I wanted to briefly mention our farm storage facility loans. These loans are at incredible interest rates, and we typically think of these as building great big grain bins, right? That's what we see, these grain bins that our grain producers build. But when it comes to our market crops, this loan is also available for cold storage, as well as refrigerated trucks for getting your produce to market. So that's definitely an option. We have microloan options, which are anything under $50,000, as well as larger loans. We do hay storage facility under this as well. So definitely keep that in mind. I have brochures about that out front too. As I said, farmers.gov is the best place to find out a lot more information. We have some really great tools on there, including a loan discovery tool and some other things that just can help you explore what programs we have that might fit how you run your operation, what kind of operation that you have. That's all I really have. I know that was just a really fast overview. If you have questions, you can come see me at my table, and I'll be glad to talk to you about whatever you need. You can, Sharon.
On the trees, does that apply also to Christmas trees or Christmas tree farmers too?
I believe so. I will find out for sure.
Okay, because I just talked to a gentleman last night that he was scared that he was going to lose a lot of his trees just because he said it's so.
Yeah. Now, I know Christmas trees are covered under NAP, that you can get insurance on those. I'm not sure on TAP, but I will find out. Okay? Yes, ma'am.
Does that insurance also cover if this past year the trees blossom and then they all froze?
So if it meets the qualifications on a freeze, yes. So that is a natural disaster. That where it gets a little bit tricky on some of those things is this a normal thing or an abnormal? I know that. Yeah, and that January freeze we had, that was so bad. Like, all of my landscaping is dead. So I can't imagine what, fruit trees and actual crop producing, because it's been a struggle. So yeah, the thing with the crop insurance is it does have to be purchased in advance. However, there is a unique situation going on right now because of a change in rules where we are having some coverage in arrears. So it's definitely worth having a talk with your county office about that. Anybody else? Okay, Joni. Next.
Thank you, Angela. FSA has a lot of really great programs out there, so if you haven't been to your FSA office yet, definitely go in there, find out where your farm service agency is. You can contact me, Angela, pretty much anyone that's going to be speaking today can help you figure out where your FSA office is going to be. The tool that she mentioned, that's a great one to go to find out where your particular FSA office is located. Thank you again, Angela. Up next, we're going to have Emily Spencer. She's going to be talking about sampling at farmers markets from the Center for Crop Diversification. Thank you.
All right, good morning, everybody. Thanks for coming today. Like she said, my name is Emily Spencer. I'm from the Center for Crop Diversification at the University of Kentucky. I'm an extension associate there. So we're under the Cooperative Extension Service out of UK, and we're based out of the Department of Agricultural Economics. So what I do specifically is I work on digital marketing and marketing in general for specialty crop producers and value-added products. So I go to site visits and help producers think through, their marketing plan, their social media plan, maybe new markets they could explore and that kind of thing. I work with Brett Wolf. Some of you might know him. I'm the newest in our department, so that's just trying to get my face out there these days. The B team is here today, but Brett is usually the one that you would come in contact with. So I think I okay, that's my first slide. All right, so I'm going to talk to you today about sampling at farmers markets. So what I'm going to do is kind of give an introduction into how sampling can be beneficial to your branding, and then kind of go into a little bit of detail on the requirements you're going to have to go through in order to be able to get a sampling certificate. But lucky for you all and lucky for me, KDA is here to answer questions about the specifics of how to get a certificate. All right, so they have some really helpful resources at their table. So just really quick, some background. we always like to kind of center our work in what it is we're actually doing here. So I have this question, what is direct marketing? So we like to think about direct marketing, in opposition to commodity marketing. So if commodity marketing is you're just selling your product, for exactly what it is, maybe it's honey and you're selling, this is exactly what it is, just honey. But direct marketing means we're selling directly to consumers, right? So farmers markets are a great example of direct marketing. CSAs are another really good example, roadside stands, things like that. So let's say you have, maybe you're selling a tomato that was grown in the exact same greenhouse as another producer at your farmer's market. They grew up the exact same, the quality is the exact same, they taste the exact same. Those products will never, ever be identical because part of what you're selling is the interaction of the people, right? So even if you have the same product, people come to your booth specifically because of the people-to-people interaction that they have. So why do customers buy products in direct markets? Again, so we're thinking about, why people decide to go to the farmer's market and pay a higher price, often for produce that they can get, not as good, but comparable produce at the supermarket. These are the 4 most common reasons people cite as to why they decide to purchase at the farmer's market instead. So you have locality. Obviously, they like for it to come from local. Local can be kind of various terms, but if you're from the county or from the city, definitely from the state, you definitely want to highlight that at your farmer's market booth, just kind of showing that local relationship. And then we have relationship and transparency are the 2 most important cited reasons people buy at farmers market. So they really, really like that one-on-one interaction with farmers. They like to know who grows their food, kind of build that relationship, especially for someone who's, maybe not familiar with farming. It's a really good way to answer questions to them, any questions they might have about how the food was produced and things like that. And then quality, of course, a lot of people will pay higher price for farmers market products because it is a higher quality, maybe picked at a better time and things like that. So moving on, so we have what is your product? So this is, when we think about branding our products in general, we know that people want to buy from direct markets because of that one-on-one relationship they can have with their farmers. But now we want to think about branding our product specifically. So how is your product different, special, unique, better, or more valuable? So think to yourself, think about what you sell, and then think about what sets you apart from everyone else, right? Why is your product more valuable, or why is it unique compared to other products? So but the really great thing about farmers markets is that we get that one-on-one interaction, right, with our customers. And a really great way to communicate what is special or unique about your product is through samples. So something that I like to think about too is, because people place that value so high on relationships and transparency, samples are such a fantastic way to do that, right? You're standing right in front of the customer, literally handing your product over, saying, I stand behind this so much that I will literally answer questions to your face right here about it. It's also really nice, if, like for me, a farmer's market is like super fun, but also to be there all day is really socially draining, right? At the end of the day, like your social battery is like less than 0. Even if you're an extrovert, it can be tough. Samples are a really, really great conversation starter, right? So if what you're trying to do is build that relationship and transparency with your customers, what's a better way? You don't have to think about like them coming over and just be like, hey, good morning, like trying to think of a conversation starter. A sample, you can just hand it over, say what it is, how it was grown or how it was produced, and then it automatically creates that rapport with your customer, which is really, really nice. So this is from a study we did several years ago, but we've actually done a couple follow-up surveys since that still back this data up. So consumers were asked on a scale of 1 to 10 what was the most important and in demand, or what was the most important thing to them at the farmer's market. So the light green indicates they put it as a 9 out of 10 on the survey. So this was, almost the very most important, and then the dark green is a 10 out of 10, the most important. So you can see here that sampling was definitely the most important and most in-demand service at farmers markets. Almost, 40% people saying that they wanted more samples. And there was actually a study done across the state, just like a little survey done in 2021, where we talked to farmers markets all across the state. And this was kind of like a post-COVID follow-up survey about how many people are doing samples, and samples are down dramatically across the state. I think, we kind of got away from it during COVID, but now there's, in that same survey, indicated that people were really, really eager to have samples again. So this is a great time to get into it. So you can see that, it's above even expanded market days, expanded market hours, restroom access. People are just really, really wanting those samples and wanting a reason to buy your product. So we can see here that the customers really want the samples. And this graph shows us that the customers need the samples to buy your product. So this was after a customer left the farmer's market. They were asked, you tried a sample, how did it influence your product purchasing? You can see on the first one, almost 60% of people that tried a product bought it after they sampled it, even though they hadn't planned to. So they go to the market that day, not anticipating, buying that specific product, but then they happen to have samples, and then because of that sample, they purchased it. So I was talking to my sister about this a couple of days ago, and her, consumer profile would be middle 20s, has, a good job, but not a whole lot of extra income to spend on, nicer products. But she likes the farmer's market, but is really choosy about what she can, what she can spend there. But, if they have a sample available and she's able to try it and can confirm that, it's worth paying that higher price than she could buy at Kroger or whatever, then she's going to do it. So I think just kind of putting a face behind what are the kind of people that are going to the market not expecting to buy something, and then they buy it after a sample. The second one, you can see that it says no, but I plan to in the future. So that means that people sampled it, didn't buy it, but that they had a positive view of that vendor and that they'll probably purchase from them in the future. Yes, but I had already planned to. Is after that, no, and I didn't want to. And then this last one, it's a little less than 5% of people were going to buy that product, but then after sampling it had changed their mind. So for me, it's I think about 5%, 5% can be a lot. 5% of people coming by that were going to buy your product ended up not buying it because they sampled it. That can be a significant amount of money. But I think it's actually a really useful thing for your brand if people sample it and don't purchase it, right? So let's say you have a value-added product that has your label or your farm logo on it, and someone spends $10 on something. They take it home. They don't like it, but then they think to themselves, well, I spent $10 on this. I don't want to just throw it out, so I'll just keep it in the fridge. And so every single time they open that fridge, they see your label on a product that they don't necessarily like, until it eventually goes bad and they throw it away. So rather than having, a customer purchase the product, spend money on it, and then have that negative association, it's actually really nice that they're able to sample it beforehand and make that decision without spending any money. It is better for your relationship with that customer. Again, kind of going back to that transparency aspect of why samples can be so helpful. So this is just the Department of Public Health's definition of a sample. So it's a food production promotion where only a bite-sized portion of a food or foods is offered free of charge to demonstrate its characteristics. Okay, this is the part where on the all sample certificate, the top bullet is outdated. So please refer to the KDA document that they have. There's actually more training opportunities than just that one now, which is super helpful. So in order to be able to give samples at the farmers markets, you do have to have one of these two certificates. The cooked or processed sampling certificate, it's a very simple process to go through. You just have to read through all of the regulations online, complete the application. And the application is really nice because it'll walk you through, exactly everything you have to go through at the market in order to be able to provide samples, and then submit the completed application to KDA. And then if you plan on serving raw or uncooked products, so if you actually want to give out samples of your produce, not like a value-added product or a cooked product, you will have to go through one of 3 training opportunities. This is what the paper of the KDA table looks like. It's super helpful. But it has, 3 different training opportunities you can go through now, which is really, really great. So it's basically the same process to get that one. You just have to go through that training beforehand. I think we'll go to the next slide. Yeah. So both certificates are valid for a 2-year period. They're only issued for an individual, so that means if you have a family member or friend helping you out at the market, they will also have to have a certificate. But even though it's recommended, they do not have to have the produce safety training certificate. Only one person at the operation has to have that. I think the idea being that you will share that information with your team and make sure everyone's following best practices when it comes to food safety and things like that. And then if you move or expand to another market, you obviously have to let KDA know so that they can update their records. So in terms of preparation considerations, samples can actually be prepared at home. So let's say you have, better access to fresh, clean water and clean utensils, properly sanitized utensils at home. They can be prepared, maybe the night before. Like an example would be cutting up some kind of tomatoes or something and putting in those little tiny plastic containers with a lid, stacking that in a cooler and just putting that out on market day. Or you could do a bigger Tupperware possibly with like several different kinds of produce and then hand those out with a toothpick and a gloved hand on the market day. All samples must be prepared with potable water, so that's clean, safe drinking water. I think it has to be certified clean, so like city water or things like that. It can't just be like water. Even if you drink the water at home, if it's not certified clean, it can't be used. Fresh produce must be washed thoroughly. Cold products must be stored at 41 degrees or below. So that's something to consider if you do serve a cold product or something that needs to be cold. You're going to have to think about some kind of cooler setup, which isn't too intense, but just something to consider. And then all utensils must be cleaned properly. So that's, all the utensils used in preparation of the samples. And then if you have utensils that you use to serve the samples, maybe you have a plastic fork. Obviously that will hopefully come right out of the package, or a toothpick as well. So just some considerations when we're thinking about, are samples maybe right for you? Remember, you have to have the KDA sampling certificate. You have to have proper sanitation and hygiene. And again, that application will take you through all the proper steps that you're going to have to go through. And then you have to kind of write out your plan, which is really helpful to think through. So even if, you don't know for sure if you want to do it, going through that application is super helpful. Personnel needs. So, sometimes market days can get super busy. Are you going to be able to answer questions to your customers and check them out and hand them samples, all at once? Maybe you're going to have someone help you out at the market that day where you're offering samples. Just something to consider, because that could also be another, cost as well. You have to have the certificate on display at the market, so whoever is giving out samples that day will have to have their certificate displayed. And then you have to think about, this is where, kind of our expertise is the branding side of things, but, what kind of packaging or display works best for you and your budget. So I have a couple examples up here. I put check marks and X's next to some. So check marks means I think it's a good method, and then X is maybe not so good. So we'll start with the bottom left, the one with the little bowls. It looks like something was maybe prepared at the market that day, some kind of rice dish. Maybe you want to highlight some new pepper or something that you're growing this year, a couple new pepper varieties. You can make a nice dish. I think that one's really good because it's obviously super safe. Maybe you're putting those out fresh, just 5 at a time, so people can't, get their hands all in there. Some kids can't come by and, touch everyone else's samples. It just has a nice lip on that bowl where people can just get it and eat it by themselves. And then you can see the bread one next to that. Although I think this is like fantastic branding, right? It's beautiful. It's like in the bread baskets that the bread is proofed in. It's really, really nice. It does have that issue where if someone reaches in for one sample, they could potentially touch all the other samples, which just isn't safe and not sanitary. It might turn other people off as well. But I think it's also like regulatory, not allowed. Above that, I think it's maybe a slice of chocolate loaf. Again, that one's really nice. It's just in this little individual cup. There's no one other in the photo, so we can assume that they're really, really spaced out. So that's really easy for someone to just quickly come by and grab it without touching any other samples. It's not like, pretty or beautiful by any means, but it is really safe and sanitary. The one next to that with the apples and pears, I have an X and a check. I put an X because it is just fresh produce, just kind of laid out on a tray. So again, we have that issue of people touching other samples. Also, if it's just exposed to the fresh air, they will turn brown quickly, and people, might just not like the sight of it and things like that. but I put a check on it because I really like the idea of, displaying the product like that and then having samples alongside it. So, I think they have the type of apple or pear written on the actual fruit. And then it could be cool to maybe line them up from like tartness to sweetness or something like that, and then have those containers behind where only you have access to them, kind of sealed off, and then you can hand it with a toothpick. Something like that could be really nice. The toothpick method also is obviously, it's really inexpensive. Toothpicks are super cheap. You do have to have like a washed hand and a gloved hand, but super easy to do. And also it's that really, really nice one-on-one immediate interaction with the customer. Whereas if you do have the little bowls, that could be more individualized where someone could just come and eat it and head out without really acknowledging you. Totally fine, it's up to you. But if that interaction is what you're looking for, the toothpick is a really cool method. Below that, I just have one to show you like a little bit of display. So he obviously has his products on the right side there, and then on the left he has the little individualized cups with the jars behind it. So it's just a nice little setup just to show you exactly what he's sampling and then all his other offerings that day, which is really nice. So closing thoughts on why you should consider providing samples at the farmers markets. So visitors like to sample products, even if they're already familiar with your product, it does get them to your table. So maybe they bought from you last year, they have a positive view of you, but maybe they're not considering it that day. It just gets them to your table, especially if you have a really nice display of your samples or a big sign, free samples, super nice. Gets people over there and at least gets them to consider instead of just going through, the motions that day. It's been shown to have an immediate purchasing impact. So we're thinking about that first graph or the second graph, where people decided on the spot to buy that product when they weren't planning to initially, which is super great. And then last, visitors noted that it significantly impacted their purchasing from a vendor. So that's kind of that transparency and relationship building that we were talking about. So even if they don't buy that day, you being willing to show off your product in that way really, really conveys transparency in your product, which is really nice. So just to close out, I'm just going to talk about the Center for Crop Diversification just super briefly, in case anyone's not familiar with the work that we do at UK. So we are a team of horticulture specialists that focus on production, and then a team of ag econ specialists that focus on marketing and business planning. So we work together to create publications, trainings, in person and virtual for producers across the state. So this is screenshots from our website. You can see the production side if you have questions about, general production questions or crop specific. So if you have I have a question about, specifically growing strawberries in Kentucky, you can go there, and we have profiles for dozens and dozens of crops. And then system specific, so if you're interested in organic growing or high tunnel growing, things like that, you can head there. And then on the marketing side, we have market specific, which is really nice, so you can go and obviously we're here about farmers markets today, so we have specific resources about marketing at farmers markets. I also have some at the table out there. We have a huge online resource hub, and then we also do trainings. So these are a couple of our upcoming trainings. On the 24th, we have a how-to farm design and layout with Kentucky Horticulture Council. That one's virtual. If you're interested in either of these, you can scan the QR code and sign up. One of our programs is called Market Ready. I don't know if anyone's gone through that, but basically we help producers, value-added producers primarily, but all kinds, get into other markets. So if you're at the end of this farmers market season, if you're I just cannot do that again, I want to go into farm to school or maybe farm to institution, into grocery store wholesaling, we do a whole training series where we'll walk you through that whole process of what that takes. And these are just a couple trainings we have upcoming for those. We have quality assurance and food safety, and then packaging and labeling. And then the other one is just if you're interested in making and marketing barbecue, you can get in on that one. And then this is our most popular training modules. It's called Marketing for All. So essentially what you can do is talk to your county extension agent and say, I'm interested in learning more about these specific aspects of marketing, and then we'll come to your office, or we can also do a virtual and do a whole training on it. So what some counties like to do is kind of group them together to make it worth everyone's time. We can do all in one night, maybe a 2.5-hour session or 2-hour session, or we could do what we're doing right now in Shelby County is we have a 4-week session where we're going every week and doing a different training. So this is just an example of, you can group any of these any way you want, but this is an example of a good farmer's market one would be hands-on visual merchandising. That's a really cool one where we walk you through exactly like, what makes a good booth setup, what are the elements you need to have, what are things you need to consider, things like that. Personal selling skills, so that one's fun because we'll kind of actually go through with you, those like one-on-one interactions. What are things we can even say to people? How do we address these kinds of questions or these kinds of negative interactions, things like that. And then market signs that work. So talking through really useful, beneficial market signs. That's just an example of a grouping that, could be cool, but you could group these any way you wanted. And we do these all year. And we're planning on starting later in the summer doing just like regularly doing some virtual ones where anyone could tune in just across the state. But we'll keep you updated on that. And I've put my contact information up here. If you have any questions, feel free to ask. But thank you all for having me today. That's all. Sorry, one more thing. I also have this at my table outside. It's just a booklet about best practices for sampling at farmers markets. It's a little old, but super useful if you just like want new ideas, even if you've been sampling for years, new display ideas, new branding ideas, that kind of stuff, could be super useful. So.
Thank you so much, Emily. Oh, yeah, we may need that. Thank you so much, Emily, for coming. And like she said, she's got a lot of great information out on her table. They also have a lot of really good videos online on selling at farmers markets on their YouTube page as well. So up next we're going to have Amanda Kelly from the Southeast Kentucky Economic Development to talk about social media marketing. So I know a lot of people out there are doing a lot of marketing on social media, so she's going to give you some of the ins and outs of that. Thank you.
Thank you, Joni. I appreciate that. Like she said, my name is Amanda Kelly. I'm the Small Business Training Director for the Southeast Kentucky Economic Development Corporation, and because all things we love acronyms, SCED. It's much easier. My job is to work with small businesses to get them what they need to be successful. And so I'm not just farm-based. I work across Eastern Kentucky with small businesses, and I focus a lot on digital marketing. And digital marketing is just doing marketing, but online. Does anybody in here use social to promote their farms? Does everybody love it? Does it take too much time? Is it too complicated? So that's what I hear from a lot of the business owners that I work with, is that digital marketing, it's hard to do enough to make a difference. It takes too much time. It's complicated. It's confusing. So hopefully today we can give you some tips and tricks to make your lives easier so that you can do more with less time, because that's always the kicker. This is the biggest reason why small businesses in general have a problem with digital marketing, is because if you go online and search what tools are available, you're going to find something like this. This is a huge amount of different resources that you can use to do a bajillion different things. But do you need them? I mean, I work in digital marketing daily, and I don't know what half of these are. Don't get overwhelmed trying to find the perfect tool that's going to help you. Chances are using the basic things will give you more benefits than trying to incorporate 50 different programs. If you had a marketing staff of 50, you could handle using a lot of these programs. But if you have a marketing staff of you and maybe one other person, this is too much. So keep it simple is really the best avenue for digital marketing for most small businesses. You can really get overwhelmed with all these different tools and different ways of doing things. There's 150 different ways to skin a cat, but if we can keep it simple and take less time and get more benefit, that's really what we want. So our goals of digital marketing are really pretty simple. We want people to be aware of us. And, you know, Emily was talking about the sampling. That's a great tool to use to make sure that people are aware of your farm and your products. We want engagement, Sampling is also another great way to engage, just like Emily said. So making people aware, getting them to engage with our farm, and then sales, ultimately. And I mean, sampling really hits on all of those things. It helps with all three of those goals. Really, that's all we're trying to do with digital marketing, is we're trying to make people know who we are, what we do, and then purchase from us. To understand exactly how we're going to get there, we need to understand the journey that our customers take. So we've already talked about awareness. If they don't know who we are, they can't purchase from us. Consideration is when they're debating about whether or not they're going to purchase from you. Consideration can be looking you up online. It could be visiting you at the farmer's market. It could be coming to your location. They're kind of checking you out. They're doing their homework, their due diligence. And then there's the purchase. The purchase is really important. That's the whole purpose of what we're doing. We're trying to sell things. But then there's two things past that. There's retention. We want them to keep buying from us. We want them to continue to visit our farm, to purchase our products, to try new products that we have. But then beyond that is advocacy. We want people out there telling all of their friends, their family, people that they come in contact with, how great we are and how much they love our product and how good our product is, but then bringing new people to us. If we can get other people advocating for our farm, we don't have to pay money for that marketing. We don't have to run ads. It's free business because there are people out there talking about how great you are. So getting your customers to that advocacy level is extremely important and beneficial to your farm. So I'm going to touch on three things today. I'm going to talk about local SEO, I'm going to talk about social media, and then I'm going to talk about some tools that hopefully you're not aware of yet that will make your life easier. I can talk about this stuff for about 6 hours, maybe longer. So if you guys have questions, please ask me. I've been doing this about 8 years, and there's probably not a situation that I've not seen yet. So use me as a resource, ask questions. Like Dr. Tope said, I would love for this to be interactive instead of me just talking at you for 30 minutes. So ask me questions, let me help. First and foremost, does anybody have a Google business profile? See a couple hands, that's great. Google business profiles are basically what Yellow Pages were 10 years ago, maybe 20. Time goes quickly. But your Google business profile is just how people look you up. I mean, nobody gets out of Yellow Pages anymore. Everybody goes to Google and types in what they want. So 4 out of 5 people are using the internet to find information on local businesses, farms included. Your customers can find your hours, your location, directions to your location, your phone number, your website, and menu if that's appropriate. If it's not appropriate, you don't have to have it on there. But basically, they can get all of the relevant information about your operation in one place quickly. It shows up on search and it shows up on maps. Your Google business profile is free. Costs no money. It takes roughly probably 30 minutes to set up. If you just Google business profile, you will be taken to the place. You've got to have a Google email address, Google account. That's all you have to set this up. When you are setting this up, it is extremely important. If you've ever seen me speak, you've seen this slide because I cover it in everything that I do because of how important it is. Your information has to be identical across all platforms. That's your web page, your Google business listing, that's your social media. Anything that is online about your business needs to match perfectly. And the reason for this is the web crawlers, when they're looking at a business and they're populating search results for somebody, they don't understand the difference between South as an S, abbreviated, and South spelled out. So when I say exactly, I mean 100% exactly. This gives your business, it makes the web crawlers understand that you're legitimate and that it can pull in all the information about your business to then populate in the search results for the customer of Google. So you can do a really easy search to find out if all of your information matches across the web. And that's on moz.com/products/local. That is a free resource that you can use, and basically you're going to type in your business information. And it's going to give you a search results. And it's going to give you green check marks if things are matching. If things are not matching, you can then go into those different profiles and you can fix them. Now, Moz is going to offer you a service to do it for you. I highly recommend you just go ahead and do it yourself because they will charge you. But there are hundreds of different profiles, directories on here, a lot of which I don't know what they are. If it's not relevant to your business, don't stress about it. Only worry about the things that are relevant to your business and where your customers are finding you. In Sked's case, Google Search, Google Maps, Facebook are all very important. Since this slide was made, I have fixed the Bing thing. It's not something that a lot of people use, so I wasn't worried about it, but I did go ahead and fix it. But with a business name like Southeast Kentucky Economic Development Corporation and an address that is sometimes written as South Highway 27, US 27, US Highway 27, there's a million different ways to write our address. I've found that I have to I've written it down on a piece of paper and I keep it up on my wall exactly how I have our information everywhere. That makes it real easy for me to go check, make sure, okay, yep, this matches, this is good. So if you don't have your Google business profile set up, do it. And then go to Moz and double check to make sure your information is matching across the web. This is going to help with your local search engine optimization. You want your farm to populate when somebody does a search for produce near me, farm near me, whatever your value add products are near me, you want to populate. Pictures are really, really important on your Google business listing. I highly recommend as many as possible. You can't have too many pictures on your Google business listing. You want pictures of your location. If you're at a farmer's market, you want pictures of your display at the farmer's market. Pictures of the people that are going to be seen in relation to your farm. Make your customers as aware and comfortable with what they're going to experience before they ever get there. It makes things go much, much easier. On top of that, make sure your hours of operation are accurate. There's nothing worse than going somewhere and finding out that Google said they were open, but they're not. So make sure you're open when you say you're going to be open. You can go in and put special business hours in there at any time. So let's talk about social media. I assume that a lot of you are using Facebook and Instagram. Is that accurate? Yeah? Those are the main social medias that businesses are using. There are 100 other social media platforms out there that you can use, but you've got to weigh the amount of time that you've got to put into it to what you're going to get out of it. TikTok's super fun. You can lose hours in TikTok, but is it going to benefit your business? That's what you've got to understand. Facebook and Instagram are the two places where you're going to have the majority of your customers. So they're obviously the ones that folks normally focus on for that reason. Some things with social media in 2023, it's always changing, which is one of the most aggravating things about social media, is that every time you go in there, something's different. And that takes time to learn and it's confusing, but some things that you need to focus on this year is be useful. Be helpful to your customers, whether that's answering questions, whether that is giving them ideas for recipes or different things that they can do with your product, or teaching them something about your product. Be useful. Does everybody do live video? Okay, I see a couple hands. Live video is scary, right? Is everybody scared to death of live video? Yeah. So it is scary when you first start doing it. but it is one of the most effective ways to market your farm. I do a live video about twice a month for SCED where we talk about different tips and tricks and tools. The first, I don't know, couple of months that we were doing it, it was scary, it was overwhelming, I was scared to death I was going to say something wrong or sound dumb. I found it works best if you don't ever go back and watch the videos. Just don't do that. If you don't do that, it gets easier. So live video works, and especially, you know, if you've got something that you can showcase, vegetables, fruits, cute animals, small children, things like that, people love to watch. So use live video to help people get comfortable with who you are, how you do what you do, and why they should be your customer. If you're doing anything in groups and lives, niche is key. Focus. Don't try to involve everybody in the universe. Focus on what you're good at. Nothing's more important than customer connection, and Emily touched on this. Having that interaction with your customers and that conversation and becoming basically friends is what people want. They want that connection, and you can help facilitate that connection with digital media. Video builds audiences, use it. I know it's scary and it's terrifying. When I first started doing we call it coffee talk, where we talk about different things for businesses, we were doing videos, and I found myself spending hours editing the videos. It was horrible. Now we do lives where I don't get to edit, but I save hours. Yep, I say dumb things. Yep, I stumble over words. That's okay. It's me. I'm being authentic. And we're going to talk about that right now. Being authentic is key. If you are super outgoing and bubbly in person, that's who you need to be on social media. If you're reserved and quiet, be that same person on social media. Don't try to be somebody you're not. Authenticity is key with customer connections. Social media is supposed to be social. It's supposed to be fun. Make social media fun. When funny things happen, it's okay to showcase those. It's okay to make fun of yourself. It's okay to laugh. Help people. Help people understand why your product's different, why your product's better, how they can use your product. Engage in conversation. Social media shouldn't just be about selling things. You really need to have that back and forth conversation with your customers, and the best way to facilitate that is to ask them questions. You can ask them questions about what's their favorite thing to do on a sunny day. It can have absolutely nothing to do with your business, and that's okay, but you're engaging with that conversation. Be human and relatable. Like I said, it's okay to make fun of yourself when funny things happen. It's okay to showcase that. Be authentic. Be who you are. And like and comment other people's posts. It's not just about your pages. It's about other people's pages too. One of the things that the business owners that I work with, they get very frustrated. They will hit social media hard for maybe 6 months. And they're just not seeing that return on investment, or they're not understanding how to quantify it, and they've not gone viral. And they get frustrated and they stop doing it. Going viral, first of all, is not a definitive thing. Going viral is just an opinion. The average engagement rate for Facebook pages with less than 10,000 followers is 0.31%. That's an itty-bitty tiny number. It equates to 1 engagement for every 223 or 323 page followers, okay? The bar's not real high here. This is a post that a hardware store that I work with did, and it had a 6.9% engagement rate. That's significantly higher than the 0.31%. They are not selling a product here. They are showcasing my cute puppy. I took her for a visit, and she doesn't look like that anymore. And she's not cooperative like that anymore. But But we took her around the store and we took a whole bunch of cute pictures with products. But we didn't say anything in this post about selling this expensive Orca cooler. We just put a cute puppy in it and let that do the work. So you're giving your audience something to look at that's cute, that they like, and then they're like, oh, that's kind of a really nice cooler. Maybe I should look at that. You're kind of selling without really selling. So, all right, let's get into some tools that you may not know about yet that can really make your life easier. Does anybody struggle with what to say on a social media post, or how to say it right? So there are some new AI tools out which are a little bit scary, but also can be extremely helpful for kind of writer's block or just coming up with ideas of things that you can post. This is ChatGPT. Has anybody used this? If you've used it, you know how awesome it is. It makes life easier. So in this case, I clicked on one of their options, which was Facebook ad hook generator. So this is helping me write some Facebook ads, but it could also be used for posts. They're asking, what are you promoting, who are you targeting, and what is the main benefit? So in my search, I did farmers market, families, fresh fruits and vegetables. That is all I put in. And it came up, I only put 5 on here because I wanted you to be able to read it, but it came up with probably 20 different ideas. And, discover the freshest produce straight from farm to your table, make mealtime fun and healthy with locally grown fruits and vegetables. It, if nothing else, gives you a place to start. And you can use these in Facebook ads, Facebook posts. You can use them anywhere you want to. You could use it for email marketing. It gives you a place to start. You can adjust it, adapt it, fix it, add to it, take away from it, whatever you want, but it gives you a place to start. It kind of helps get over that, what in the world should I post? So another one that I did, this is 30 social media posts and image suggestions. It asked for the business name, what it is, and where you're at. And I used Old Home Place Farm in Oneida, and so I just put that in there, farm in Oneida, Kentucky, and it came up with a number, I think probably, it didn't give me 30. It says that it gives you 30, but it gave me about 15. But it said, the first one is, did you know Old Home Place Farm offers fresh, locally grown produce, from tomatoes to sweet corn? Our farm has it all. Come visit us today. It gives you a bunch of hashtags to use. And then it says you should do an image of a basket with fresh produce. So it really takes the what in the world should I do out of it. Use these tools. Does everybody use hashtags? Does everybody know what hashtags are? Hashtags are just basically a way to file or compartmentalize images. So you can search with a hashtag. Sked uses let's do business better. So if you do a search hashtag let's do business better, you're going to come up with all the different things Sked's put on the web ever. Use your hashtags the same way. Pick one for your farm. Do a search before you actually start using the hashtag, because not all hashtags will lead to good things that you want associated with your farm. So do that search first and then use the hashtag. And use the hashtag everywhere. TinyWow is another AI tool that I really like. I use TinyWow for content improvement. So if I write something, I will copy it and I will paste it into TinyWow's Content Improver, and it'll make it sound like I can actually write in English. So it makes me sound smart. It uses correct grammar, punctuation. It just makes what I put out sound better. In this case, we did an Instagram caption generator. Topic was farmers market. That is all I put in. And it gave me a whole bunch of outputs that I can use in my Instagram posts. The only place where you can get fresh produce and a good tan in the same place. I mean, that's cute, right? It gives you some good ideas, good starting spots. So if you're ever stuck on what you should post, run it through one of the AI options, and that's going to make your life easier. Does everybody use Canva? Please tell me everybody uses Canva. Okay. I threw this in here because although most people are using it, if you're not using Canva to generate your images for social media, you should be. Canva is graphic design made easy. So if you've ever used Photoshop or tried to use Photoshop and pulled your hair out and gouged your eyes out because you couldn't figure it out, Canva is the exact opposite. It is drag and drop, super easy. It'll automatically, you can pick Facebook post and it will make it the right size. It drives me nuts when folks have logos as their profile picture on Facebook and the words are all cut off, you can't read it. Put it into Canva and size it properly so that you can have a good image, professional image for your farm. You can do business cards, you can do anything you need to do in Canva. You can save your logo, you can put your colors, your fonts in there so that everything that you put out is branded appropriately and looks like your farm. I can talk about this stuff for 100 years, but do you guys have questions, problems, issues, difficulties that you would like to talk about?
Is internet. We have no internet. So where I'm building my market stand at the front of the farm, I can't receive phone calls, I can't receive texts, I can't post anything. It's horrendous. And when we're at the house, maybe like 1 or 2 bars. So it's awful. We're on the list for Starlink, but who knows when that's going to happen, so.
That's really frustrating. And, I wish I could tell you that, yep, I've got a solution that'll fix that. Unfortunately, I do not have those kind of powers. That's hard. And I don't know that there's a good, until a provider decides they want to come to your area, there's not a whole lot we can do about it. Kentucky Wired's supposed to get everybody on fiber. But, kind of like Starlink, who knows when that's going to occur. So I'm sorry I don't have a better solution for that one. Yeah, go ahead, Emily.
I was going to say, maybe you can dedicate 1 day a month and you go.
Right.
Maybe you could dedicate like 1 day a month and you go to like a coffee shop or something and you can schedule all of your social media posts for the month. I know it's not ideal, but just like 2 or 3 a week or something, you could schedule it out, which could be helpful.
Yeah, that's, and to get the posts out, that would be, scheduling is something that everybody should be using because it allows you to focus on digital marketing for, an hour, 2 hours, and you get everything done so that you're not trying to fit it in on, when you have time. Because if you do that, something catches fire and you're off, in 100 different directions. So that make sure that you're getting posts out regularly. Consistency is really, really important. Who else has got questions?
So if you don't have a lot of time, what would you suggest folks focus on first until they can add some capacity for things like this?
Facebook or Instagram, whichever one you're more comfortable with. Facebook has a bigger audience, so there are more people on there regularly. So I guess if I'm going to pick one, I'm going to pick Facebook. Farmers and farmer markets tend to do better on Instagram just because of the pictures that are involved, but Facebook's got a bigger audience. So if I had to pick just one, that's the one I would pick.
You can just write a post on Instagram and make it go
Right.
to your Facebook
That's
automatically. And sometimes I compose in notes, which you probably don't need internet for, and then cut and paste.
So, right, so you
and
could
put
write.
pictures in an album that you were going to use when you get near your internet.
Absolutely, you can write out your posts in notes just, when one strikes you. But you're 100% right. You can post to Instagram and have it directly upload to Facebook. You can't post to Facebook and have it upload to Instagram. So it only goes one direction. but that would allow you to use 2 platforms with less time, but you do still need to keep up with both platforms for comments like shares and responses. There is. Yes. Yes, there is. It's in settings on your, you have a business profile, correct? Yep. So if you go into your business profile, it's under settings, and you can choose to turn off messaging if you choose. It is. It is. It's frustrating. And it changes, I think, hourly to where they move things around, which is why I can't tell you exactly what to click on, because every time I go in there, it's different. And that's frustrating. Honestly, the way that I figure out things when they move stuff around is I Google it. And somebody else has put something out there about where to find that particular thing, but yes, you can absolutely turn off messaging. Yep. Yep. Any other questions? I've got my contact information up here, email address, my cell phone's up there. If you need help or have a question or want to run something by me, shoot me a text, email, call me, whatever's easiest. It's you know, I get to work with businesses of all types, but I find that all types of businesses have the same issues with digital marketing, so I can help. Just give me a call.
Thank you very much, Amanda. I just want to tell you about a very important hashtag, and it's called KYSUAG. If you haven't used it yet, make sure you're following us. You can get a lot of the information and a lot of the updates on a lot of the things that we're doing at KSU. We're running a little bit ahead of schedule, so I wanted to go ahead and introduce some of our partners that we have here in the audience that have some tables outside. So if y'all wanted to go ahead and come up, I'll kind of bring you up one at a time if y'all wanted to go ahead and come up. We'll start with KCAR, and then we'll do Grow Appalachia. So they're going to tell you a little bit about some of the programs that they have and some of the things that you can talk to them about out there at their tables.
Instead of the best for last, the best is first. Yay. I'm just kidding. Everybody is great. So if I were to sum up what KCAR does, I think I can do that in about 4 themes. So the first is that we help you get your ducks in a row. We can do that by helping you with a business plan, a marketing plan, and that can be maybe you are a startup, you do not own a farm yet, but you're going to, so we can help with that process, or maybe you've been in business for 30 years. Either way, we can help kind of get you organized, efficient, with goals, things like that. Spinning off of that, we can also help you grow. So maybe you've been in business for a few years and maybe sales have been pretty consistent, but you would like more, right? Nobody's ever going to say no to more money, right? So we can help you with that growing process as well. We also help you know where to go. So maybe it's not us, maybe if it's sampling, we have our friends over at KDA that can help you with that. And so instead of having to call 100 places, you know, we can help you with here's who exactly you're going to need to call, here's who you're going to need to contact. Now, the last thing that I'll mention is we try to help keep you in the know. So that can be with our newsletters. We have a newsletter that's just kind of a general newsletter, but then we have one focused on veterans and one focused on funding. So if you're interested in grants, we have a newsletter that comes out every month with grant announcements. We also do webinars, education, and we always try to keep the topics relevant for people to stay educated about what they need to know. So, just to recap, we help you with getting your ducks in a row, planning how to grow, knowing where to go, and we help keep you in the know. I know y'all are very impressed with my rhyming abilities.
Good morning, everyone. I am Chris McKenzie. I am with Grow Appalachia, which is a program of Berea College. So we are based down in Berea in Madison County. And we've got several programs that may be applicable to you all here in this room. So we do have a garden grants program, which is kind of the core of our work that serves 6 central Appalachian states, including Eastern Kentucky. And we also have a child nutrition program called Berea Kids Eat. And so those are both great programs, but what I'm going to talk about today are our farmer-focused programs. And those programs are going to serve mostly Eastern and Central Kentucky. So we serve the Appalachian Proud counties. So if you're familiar with Kentucky Department of Agriculture's Appalachian Proud designation, if you go online and you look at that map, it overlaps with ours. So the first program I'll mention is the one that I manage. It's funded through the Kentucky Ag Development Fund, which is our wonderful tobacco settlement money at work here in the state. And that brings so many of us partners together, working together and helping farms. So with that, we work on a lot of production planning. So we can come to your farm and sit down with you at your table, walk around your farm, do a tour, and really get down into the details of how you want to address opportunities or challenges in your production system. And then, kind of like K-Card, we can then connect you to resources from there. We can do, really detailed, maps and production layouts with you, and focus on some of those opportunities and challenges, and work through those with you. So that's for farmers who are already established, already selling their product, and are looking to get to kind of the next level with their production. The other program that we have, though, is for new and beginning farmers. So that's in partnership with USDA's National Institute for Food and Agriculture, and that is for farmers who have been, farmers who have been, she spoke, the lady from FSA spoke to, what that designation is, but it's basically if you've been producing for less than 10 years, you're considered a beginning farmer. So you would be eligible for that program. And that's a training series, so that covers a little bit of everything. K-Card helps us do the business plans for that, the business planning section for that. We have a lot of partners that can kind of get into their certain areas of specialty and talk about what they do best, and that's all online. You can take that as you go, so the videos are recorded, so you can do those in the evenings or weekends or whenever else you have time. So we do that as a cohort, so you could apply for the next cohort, which would be 2024. So I think I'll leave it at that, and if anybody has any questions about any of those programs or wants to talk through any of those resources, just come see us out here at the table. Thank you all.
I'm Danny D'Antonio from the Kentucky Horticulture Council. Hort Council has a lot of programs going on, but I'm just going to highlight a few that I feel like are relevant to you all today. The first one is we do ag water testing. So we actually partner with KSU, and we can provide actual on-farm testing. So I can come out to your farm, take the samples for you, show you how to sample, and we can work with you on education to kind of figure out what your water quality is or needs, and then we can take them to the lab for you. So that's one of the programs. Another one is that we have a cost share for if you want to get GAP certified, so good agricultural practices. That costs money for you to get the inspector out, so we do a cost share to help you cover some of that cost. And then the last one I want to highlight is the small fruit initiative. So that's going to be like perennial berries. So we can provide technical assistance as well as funding if you're wanting to plant or expand a planting of small fruits. And that's a really easy application process, and I'd be happy to walk you through that. And I'm just directly on the other side of this wall if you all want to come and talk to me about any of the other things that we're doing as well.
Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah Vaughn, and I work for Feeding Kentucky. We're a statewide nonprofit organization, and we have 7 member food banks and over 800 partner feeding organizations, such as food pantries, soup kitchens, and shelters. But the reason I'm here today with a booth is, we have 2 programs. One is called Kentucky Kids Eat, and the other one is Farms to Food Banks, and that's the reason why I have a booth here today. With the Farms to Food Banks program, we purchase fresh produce and also protein items for distribution to our food bank network. So if you ever have any extra food items that you would like to sell, just let me know and I can help. We also have a new grant this year called LFPA, which stands for the Local Food Purchase Assistance Program. And I've got, KDA is administering that program, but Feeding Kentucky was sub-awarded some funding to purchase from socially disadvantaged producers. And we're trying to focus on protein items with that, but we will still purchase produce as well. So yeah, just feel free to visit my table and get more information about how you can work with us. And
well, good morning, all. I'm Sharon Spencer with Kentucky Department of Agriculture. Thank you all so much for coming out for the third Thursday Farmers Market. Joni, KSU, thank you all so much for hosting this. I'm excited because I'm one of the old faces at KDA that you all always have to see. We've got a lot of new faces. I do want to introduce Kate Hamilton. I should have got her up here, but I'm going to be speaking later, so I'm going to have Kate up here with me. Kate, you want to stand up for a minute? She says no. Kate is our new farmers market contact. She's also doing CSA. She's going to be working with the Ag Vets program, so real excited about having Kate. But I've got 2 grant specialists that's joining us today from the Food Distribution Office, and I'm going to let them come up and introduce themselves and everything as well. We've got Casey and we've got Lindie, and I'm going to let them tell a little bit about what some opportunities are for you all. So, ladies, you want Casey?
Hi, I am Casey McLean. I am the LFS Local Food for Schools Grant Specialist. So we got a $3.2 million grant from the USDA. We have allocated that to all the schools in Kentucky, and they have to buy non-processed or minimally processed foods from our local farmers. So we just finished our trainings with them, and they are getting started with this program. We are looking for more farmers all across the state. I do have a way today you can find out more information about that and get on our master list. So if you're interested in selling to local schools, and we are looking for more smaller farms and socially disadvantaged people, definitely come see me and sign up to get on our master producer list today. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Lindsay Crumby, and I am the Other Foods Division Grant Specialist. And the grant that I'm working on is LFPA, as Sarah mentioned. And this one has a priority for socially disadvantaged farmers, and we are able to purchase anywhere from fresh, raw, all the way to value added to heavily processed. And the first grant of LFPA is $5.5 million, and that is to be spent on these purchases for local farmers. And we do anticipate an additional allotment of another $5.5 million that will extend this program for another year through 2025. We have 3 tracks through this grant, so you can sell directly to Feeding Kentucky, and that will put your local ingredients through our network of food banks. Then we also have 2 agreements that we're working with Dare to Care and God's Pantry food banks, and with them we are doing prepared and frozen meal distributions with local ingredients. And then the 3rd track is we are trying to build a new food box distribution program that is going to be statewide. and it will be a variety of local products that we procure through this grant program. And we are working with commercial distributors and aggregators for this. So right now, we are actively doing procurements with Feeding Kentucky. So if you are ready to go and you have product that you would like to sell, feel free to reach out to me or stop and see Sarah, and we can get you the paperwork to get started. And then if you're interested in learning more about the other 2 tracks, just let me know, and I can get your contact information. Thank you.
Again, thanks everyone that came out today, and thank you for all of the people that are out here, all of our partners throughout the state. And we have a lot of partners out there also that are doing a lot of great things that may not could have made it with us today. But please, if you have any questions, you can email me or any of the people that are here today. I do want to say just one thing. I also manage a grant program at Kentucky State University through the Small Scale Farm Grant. How many in here have heard of it or taken part of it? Yay! So it's up to $5,000 for special use equipment. It can't be a startup, and you can get. You can also get up to $500 for education trainings. If you want to go to any workshops or take any classes online. The Small Ruminant Profit School, there were several of those people that did that. Just come see me. I have some information on that out there. And at that time, I'm going to invite you to go outside and speak with some of our people that are out there, some of the partners that you've heard with today. And I do believe food may be ready. If not, it'll be ready very, very shortly. Thank you again, and we'll see you after lunch. Good afternoon, everybody. Wasn't that a good lunch? Did y'all have a great time out there visiting with a lot of our sponsors and a lot of our partners and programs out there? Wasn't that great? For y'all that are online, sorry you missed it. You'll have to come in person next time, but that's okay. I just wanted to let you know that we appreciate everyone being here. And we have a wonderful program this afternoon for you. And to keep you awake, right after lunch, we have the most energetic person I think I have met in Extension, I'm telling you. Her name is Lindie Huffman. Without further ado, Lindie Farmer Market, come on up.
Thank you, Joni, and thanks for having me today. I'm really thankful for the opportunity, and if there's one thing that I have, it's certainly passion for farmers market. But I'm just grateful for the opportunity, and I love networking and visiting with everybody here because I really think that's the best thing about the third Thursdays most of the time, because the presentations are always good, but the conversations that happen behind the scenes are really where I feel like I get the most benefit, right? So the really how do I do this as a producer? How do I make those connections? And my job today is to kind of get you fired up and keep you awake after that delicious lunch and talk about farmers markets. So farmers markets are more than corn and tomatoes. It is my slogan, it is my tagline, it is the hill that I will die on every single day. Because a lot of us as producers, we think about it as a place to peddle produce. But if that is all you think of your farmer's market as, is a place to peddle produce, I am here to challenge you to think beyond that. And I've got a tool that we can use today to help us evaluate the farmer's market and kind of move from there. But I am Lindie County Agent. I'm the Pendleton County Extension Agent for Agriculture and Natural Resources Extension. So we're in the northern part of the state, and I've been there for 11 years this June. And I've helped manage our farmer's market since then. The first year in 2012, I got phone calls saying, we're losing our site. We have this issue. We have that issue. We have fires. Can you put them out? I'm like, hi, my name's Lindie. I've not met you before. Can we introduce ourselves? So then in the next year in 2013, I came in and we established bylaws for the organization, and they looked at me and said, we're not some large corporation. We don't need those. I said, that's exactly why you do need those, right? And we started those conversations. So with that, I believe that farmers markets are much more than a place to peddle produce. They are more than corn and tomatoes, which is our tagline for our farmers market, and also my personal tagline as well, because when we think about that, everybody always comes, and there's two things during the summer that everybody comes to market for. Where's the corn? When are tomatoes ready? Right? Always. But there are so many more products available than that, and we are 100% maker or grower only market. So if they don't grow it, make it, or change it, they don't sell it at our market. And that comes with its challenges, but that means that we're a completely seasonal market. So if we think about farmers markets and just the joy, I love farmers markets. I live, eat, breathe, sleep, wear, dress, farmers markets. Great conversation starters. Even in the line at Starbucks today, the barista looked at me and she's like, oh my gosh, look at your earrings. I was like, yes. She's like, they're carrots. I go, you don't say, right? But we were there and we talked about the opportunity to come here and present. And one of the things is the atmosphere at our farmers markets. That is one of the central components to making a successful farmers market is the atmosphere beyond that. And when we think about the Pendleton County Farmers Market and how it's going, if you look at the photo at the top, we're going to try this new technology. Ooh. 2013, this is us. The year before, in 2012, we had 3 vendors. In 2013, we were a nomad market with tents and pop-up, so we were right along Highway 27 there in Falmouth. And then this was in 2021, and you can see how our farmers market family has grown. And in 2021, we actually built our farmers market facility and completed that last year, 2022, and we moved in the first Saturday of May, which is always our opening day. That building is 89% grant funded, and I can't tell you how excited I am about that. It has been a labor of love. But in 2012, when we had just 3 vendors, the only thing that I kept hearing was, we need a building. We need a building. And I said, well, if you build it, that doesn't mean that they will come. This is not the field of dreams. What are you doing for your community? That was my challenge to them. What are you doing for your community beyond just selling produce? Because at the end of the day, to the naked eye, most people look at you as a vendor or a farmer and they go, wow, you're making all the money, right? You're making all the money by selling at the farmers markets. right? Yeah, of course we are. We know that that's not true. So then we have to think beyond our community. If we want our community to support us, we hear about community-supported agriculture, but I think that farms should be supporting the community. And how do we do that? And that was my challenge to them. So we really started working on measuring the data, thinking about engagement, thinking about Farms to Food Banks program. Sarah Vaughn and I with Feeding Kentucky, when I first started, she called me and she was like, "Who are you? We just had 12 people sign up from your county." I'm like, "Well, that's because I gave it to them and told them they didn't have a choice," right? And I established a local food bank or connection with our local food bank instead of driving to the Cincinnati Free Store and then back. We established that with our Community Action Council, so then all of our farmers were able to sign up, and then we were able to calculate numbers of the produce that we were able to donate through that community partnership. So the farmers were getting benefit, and we were getting benefit from that. And that's what it's about, right? So without those kind of things, we wouldn't have that building. Without sampling at our farmers market, we most certainly wouldn't have access to our restrooms. So earlier with the Center for Crop Diversification, and they were talking about, they say that sampling is more important than access to restrooms. We are here to testify that if you sample at your farmers markets, one day you might have restrooms too, right? Because we didn't have access to water. We didn't have any of that there on that vacant lot. The noise was horrible. We were not accessible. There was literally a gravel pit in the center of that where people would get stuck and we'd have to pull them out, pull their vehicles out every single week. But that suited us for where we were. And then where did we want to go? We worked on visioning. It took us 10 years to get that permanent building, and a lot of blood, sweat, and tears, and maybe a few hours of 3 years of no sleep for me with grants. But, we're here and we're living the dream today. So farmers markets are a place for place making. How many of you have heard the term place making before? Okay, so placemaking is the process of creating quality places that people want to live, work, play, and learn in. This is fundamental for community and economic development. And what is a farmer's market if not community and economic development, right? Placemaking is essential. That's how we live our day in our daily lives. Some of us might live in bedroom communities, others of us might live in urban areas, but there's places that light you with fire and passion and you want to be a part of. There are people who have created businesses just to become a member of our farmers market family. Now, how many of you would call your farmers market a family? Some of you might, and some of you might because you squabble a lot, right? I hear it all the time of the squabbles that happen at farmers markets. I'm like, why do you all get along so much? And we really do. Our market is a family. So the first challenge to them is, what are you doing for your community? And I want to ask you that. As a farmer's market, you as a farm, what are you doing for a community? The second question that I want to ask you is, actually the next prompt is, you're all in this together. So if you both sell eggs, you are not in competition. It is not cutthroat. It is not, I'm going to undercut you. It's not that I need to sell all my eggs and you can't sell any of yours. You're in this together. Because if we walk in with that attitude at our farmers markets, it's going to create an atmosphere that is not welcoming. Because those tensions that happen behind the scenes can be felt by your customers. And that is something that you really need to take with you. So placemaking, a quality place that people want to live, work, play, and learn in. So all those things, as a farmer, you're working. Your customers, why not let them play at the farmer's market, right? Why not let the kids learn at the farmer's market? We want to be a part of the community. And to evaluate and kind of create, because farmers markets are so much more than that corn and tomatoes, when I think about what's a tool that I can use or a tool that I have used, I use the 7 community capitals framework. So the official definition of this is the lifeblood of any community can be linked to the presence and strength of 7 community capitals, resources that can be invested or tapped for the purpose of promoting the long-term well-being of communities. So what are those 7 community capitals? So we have our built capital, financial, political, social, human, cultural, and natural capital. At the center of that is a vital economy, social inclusion, and a healthy ecosystem. So when we think about all the pillars of things that we do at the farmer's market, I try to put these in buckets. The 7 community capitals are my buckets, right? So we know built capital could be the built farmers market pavilion that we have. So as we go through this and we talk about each of these capitals of the framework, I want you to think about, what's some programming that I do that might fit into that? You know, we do our Sprouts Kids Club. Is the Sprouts Kids Club just a place for kids to make and learn? No, absolutely not. I am hoping that I am building the future healthy eaters and small business supporters of the future, and maybe even growing a farmer or two along the way. That's what we want to do. So we're going to look through these capital framework. Normally I have a worksheet with me to go through these, but if you would like access to that, my email will be at the end. Feel free to reach out to me because I want you to think about these as a challenge. Think beyond a place to peddle produce. Think beyond just that place you go and spend 8 hours a day on a Saturday and silently be begrudgingly, right? Be authentic to yourself. Be unique to yourself. Think about what makes you as a farmer unique. Think about what makes your farmer's market unique. Think about what makes your customers unique. Build those relationship building because, again, placemaking is the foundation to this. When we talk about authenticity and knowing what's unique, my hashtag is Lindie County Agent. I have kind of embodied this, and now whenever I walk into a room in a lot of places, they're like, Lindie County Agent, you arrived, thanks, it's so great, it's nice to see you. And I'm like, it's great, I haven't met you before, have I? Right? In my head, I'm thinking that. But it's branding, and that's initiatives, because that social aspect, where we were talking about social media earlier, Facebook Live. What do we do on Facebook Live? We get up and I go, howdy folks, welcome to the Pendleton County Farmers Market. This is Lindie County Agent to you, coming to you live from the Pendleton County Farmers Market. Let's do a preview of market today and see what we have in store. The corn and tomatoes, do I make them the big feature? No. Do I say they're there? Sure, I'm like, yeah, look, check it out. He's got tomatoes, who cares? Let's look at this. The dog bow ties. I have someone who sells little dog bow ties. Had never sold one at market. I did Facebook Live, I featured the product, she sold 12 in one Saturday. There is power in Facebook Live, but show your face. So a little bit brief thing before we get into this capital framework. When you talk about social media and being authentic, find the person who's really good at it. It might not be you, and that's okay. But when I come take your picture, I don't want to see this. Right? I don't want to see that because it doesn't offer a welcoming environment. When we talk about what's unique and why your farmer's market is successful, are they really buying your tomato because your tomato is superior to every other tomato on the planet? Probably not, right? Are they buying your tomato because all of a sudden they're like, you know what, I don't want to drive to the grocery store. I think I'm going to drive 30 minutes out of my way to go and buy a tomato from someone else when I have to go to the store later anyways. No, they buy it because of you. You are what makes you unique. You are what they are investing in. Yes, you have quality products. I am not here to discount that. But there are a lot of quality products out there on the shelf. And the thing that makes you unique is you and your story. So when I come around, or your market manager or your market social media person comes around and sticks a camera in your face, I want you to grin and bear it. All right? Whenever I go up and I interview you and I say, hey, tell me about your dog collars, right? They have no prompts until I get there in front of them with a camera. It's authentic. It's real. It's not canned. It's not pre-packaged. There's always pre-motivation somewhere in the back of my mind that's never stopping. Those wheels never stop turning for ideas. But when I go up to you and I say, hey, tell me about you, that's all you got to do. You live it every day. You live it every day. And you're so close to it, you don't realize how special you are. But that's what you have to invest in with your social media campaigns. And that's how we got to our built capital. So the built capital represents infrastructure in the community. So this could be the basic need of facilities or services. We talked about broadband access earlier, right? We still are not able to accept the SNAP EBT system at our farmers market because we don't have broadband at our market. Yes, we could use cellular data, but we really want to get it established so that we can work those kinks out so that we can offer it to a professional quality and capacity for our people. Our building. We did not have restrooms. Our market days used to be from 8 to 2 back in the day. We're now condensed from 9 to 1 because, you know, after that, on a Saturday, you know, that 12 to 1 slump where nobody comes to market, but you're still there anyways, trying to sell a couple tomatoes or products. We condensed that for the sake of our farmers to give them more time in the morning. Some people who were early risers were a little upset with that, but we've moved past that. But without really investing in our community would not have invested with us with that building. With cultural capital, we think about cultural capital, and that's the values, norms, beliefs, the traditions, the thing that hold us true to who we are, the things that give us an identity. They also include material goods produced at a specific time and place that have historic or cultural significance. That might be the foundation of your business, right? Raising heirloom tomatoes could be a cultural capital. Doing canning and food preservation classes could be cultural capital. So those are things you can look at, because food is the heart of many of our cultures and our societies. And how many of us in a normal setting with our families take the time to really gather around the table like we've done here today for lunch? This is where connection happens. Shame on us sometimes for being so busy that we don't get to sit down with our families. So how do we engage with our communities? How do we create that central community around food and keep that moving forward? We have, in addition to this, our Pendleton County Farmers Market Sprouts Kids Club. Our Sprouts Kids Club is now on the second Saturdays of every month. We try to keep everything as consistent as possible for our people. But basically what this is a monthly lesson geared towards nutrition, food literacy, and the environment. Kids receive now 5 $1 tokens that they can spend at Farmers Market. These are just little itty bitty tokens here. We started with simple wooden tokens. They were all the same. I ordered thousands of them. And I did this as an incentive for our extension office. That's how we funded it, as a program from our extension office. Well, whenever I'd give them out at teachers conference, or I'd give them out at the senior center, or I'd give them at the community action center, I'd give them in different places. I wanted to be able to think about who's coming. So then, because we were cheap and efficient with our resources, I started to color code them. So all I did was take a permanent marker. So I did one big bulk order of wooden ones, and then I took a permanent marker, and then I just color coded them. So if I was at the Community Action Center, I gave away purple. If I was at the elementary school, I gave away orange. I knew how many I gave out, and then whenever they were turned back in to me, then I could go, ooh, that's a great place to start to recruit new customers. Right? Those incentives are working. Those people are active and engaged. We have since moved into these plastic tokens. And in extension, a lot of times your county extension office may do physical fitness programs. For us, we do a fitness for produce, which I think I'll talk about later. But then with the Sprouts Kids Club, we've actually marketed and branded that. So we have our logo on the Sprouts Kids Club so that all my farmers market people know that this token is only used for health and nutrition items. So they can't buy the little crafts and keychains. We want to make sure that they're getting those. But these dark green tokens that have the Sprouts Kids Club logo and then the Pendleton County Farmers Market logo on the other side are what they can use for those. And then at our office, we have some UK logos that for programs like the Fitness for Produce, we give these out as our incentives. So if people walk across Kentucky and they walk their mileage, they can earn tokens, each worth $1 to spend at the farmers market. I'm not buying tchotchkes. I'm putting food and nutrition in the hands of our people. And then we're also creating a prop for our farmers market to stimulate that little bit of a local economy. Sometimes they've never visited the farmers market before. Those are things behind the scenes that we're calculating and moving through. The kids, when I think about these kids, you know, my mission is when those kids light up, sometimes the parents are driving the kids to the market. The kids are actually driving the parents to the market because they see the Facebook Live. They're like, listen, Susie got me out of bed this morning because they heard you had maple syrup. And I'm like, yes, we have maple syrup. I'm so glad that you're here, right? On the Facebook Live, I might say, first person to come find Lindie County agent and say the word maple syrup or farmers markets are awesome. We'll get $10 to spend at farmers market. I have tokens in my hand, and I wait for somebody who comes and finds the lady in the hat. Normally, I have my hat on. And they come find me, and they're like, I have the magic word. The little girl in the bottom of the photo here, right here, was the very first one to come up. And she was so shy, and her mom says, there she is. Don't you have something to tell her? And I'm like, do you have something to tell me? And she's like, yeah. Farmers markets are awesome. I'm like, yes, they are. Let me take your picture, right? Because that's the energy that we have. My little buddy Michael here, you know, he's been a regular with me. I've been running this program since 2014 in some kind of program, and he's been with me ever since, and I've watched that kid grow. And he comes up and he always gives me a hug at the farmer's market. We've done Touch a Truck for our Community Health and Wellness Day, and we've had all the firefighters out there, and then the kids get to dress up. So there's a lot of ways for your community to be engaged in the farmer's market and you to provide value to your community through partnerships. When we think about financial capital, who in this room would love free access to financial capital? Nobody raised their hand for you all at home. I don't know, probably you did, but who in this room wants free access to financial capital to where we are not limited by constraints, right? All of us do. All of us want financial capital. And when we think about farmers markets being more than corn and tomatoes, we are supporting entrepreneurs. Each and every one of you are an entrepreneur, a small business owner, potentially multi-generational, maybe first generation. All of those are wonderful things that make you unique in your story, in your walk of life unique. When we think about the financial, obviously, money. Money available to invest in local projects or economic development initiatives and efforts to build wealth or to support community development activities. Our grant funding that we've used the Kentucky Proud Farm to Fork program that has helped us run our Farmers Feast. We have used the POP grant. We have used Rural Business Development. We have used the Kentucky Ag Development Fund. We have used as many funding sources as we can. We've had we've had some private donations, but we live in a very limited resource community. Pendleton County has a population of 14,000. Normally, 1997 flood and Falmouth are used in the same sentence, right? So we have a lot of those challenges. We don't even have access to a hospital. We don't really have much private industry. Our school is our largest employer. Those demographics tell you we don't have a whole lot of money of people that are willing to invest in us. So we've had to be creative, but then justifying it by doing programs like these and building that investment in our community and using these capitals as a guide and a framework to think about really the true impacts and the ripple effects of what the farmers market can do to the community. So London here wanted to join, and their family is now one of our largest vendors at the farmers market, and they raise a lot of produce. But when they first joined the farmers market, it was London who wanted to join. They had never raised vegetables in their life. They don't even eat vegetables as a family. Martha, if you're there, I know. I'm sorry to call you out, but I know that they don't eat vegetables. But that young lady sold $500 worth of slime in one Saturday. What did she want? She wanted a pool. She didn't get a pool. They said no, but she's been able to sell and make that a viable business for her and her family, and they're growing. And Martha is now the sweet corn lady at the farmer's market. So it is a very, very viable thing. Market currency. So some of you may accept SNAP. You may have a market manager. You may have someone on site that can do like the technical exchange, because sometimes you might just be like, not everybody accepts debit cards, so let's have a currency for that in one bank account. You might have the WIC EBT program, and you might have a technical currency for that. I will let you know that those kind of things are really kind of hard to manage sometimes with a token system. But the token system is so great for us in the way that we do it, because we don't have the SNAP benefits. We don't have that quite yet. That is our next step, right? But managing this system is something that we do at our local extension office. You could do that as a market as well. Just know that there's some hours of sorting and there's hours of documentation to just kind of figure out who's buying what, where's it going, and how is that going through. So that's why we have this complicated token system of evaluation and looking at those from different perspectives, because each different color represents a different audience or a different program or a different purpose. So then that's always behind the scenes of what we're trying to do. Human capital is always fun, right? We love people. So human capital are the attributes of individuals that provide them with the ability to earn a living, strengthen community, and otherwise contribute to community organizations, to their families, and to self-improvement, including access to education and knowledge development. Again, none of this would be possible without my farmers. Because if I didn't have farmers, why would I have a farmer's market? I have no reason to have a farmer's market unless I have farmers. I have no reason to have a farmer's market in a community unless I have a community that supports the farmer's market. right? It's a cycle. It's a cylinder program where we have a lot of cause and effect and a lot of moving parts that's going back and forth. So we're supporting those entrepreneurs. And at the end of the day, I was in the Kentucky Ag Leadership Program, which is the second most influential thing on my life. The first being international travel in 2010, Kentucky Ag Leadership Program being second. After going through that, developing my personal mission statement has become very clear to me as Lindie County agent. And that is to keep farmers farming and to keep families fed. That is why I am dressed before you in my finest farmers market attire this morning, right? But that is what farmers markets stand for to me, because keeping farmers farming is creating new marketplaces and new channels. Viable incomes can be made at the farmers market. If it wasn't, even though that I do know that there are members of my farmers market family who might sell $25 a Saturday. But that takes us to that human capital, right? We're providing a space for them, but they're also getting that social network that they need and investing in human capital. Now, some folks make a few thousand, right? And that's a very viable marketplace, but that's what we're looking at. So when we think about the market events on human capital as well, remember I told you what makes you unique, but also what's unique about your customers? Well, we saw a lot of people bringing their dogs to market, and this is my personal pet project. Get it? Yeah, I know, I went there. But I have my dog, and my dog Goose is my best friend. I love my dog. He is now blind. He had double enucleation surgery. But sometimes he would go with me, and a lot of other people would bring their dogs to market because they're out on a Saturday, right? If they're farmers market vendors, no animals. But for people that are visiting market, that's a very cool thing because we're in a park there now, and we started Bark It at Market. Again, my pet project. So it's so much fun. It actually started with, and don't think we have a photo on there, but it started with a simple chalkboard sign. That simple chalkboard sign just was a little station that had poop bags, because that's essential, right? Poop bags are essential. It had dog treats, and it had a water bowl. That's it. And it just said Bark It at Market with that logo on it. And that's where it started. And last year, it turned into a day-long event at the market. People were encouraged to bring their animals, dress them up if they were so inclined for a costume contest. We did a trick contest, and we gave away dog treats. We partner with 4-H and the dog club so that they can come and show off their wares or sell dog treats or give dog treats away. And we had a bandana making station, right? Just pet appreciation. In the future, potential partnerships with the local humane society or the animal shelter or the veterinary clinic, right? You can grow that and expand that to where you've tapped into your customers' interests. And then you're building more interest in the farmer's market because you're making that investment into your community. Natural capital, obviously, is our natural environment. So the quality and quantity of natural and environmental resources existing in a community. We do this through our, obviously, farms, where we are using environmental practices and sustainable practices every day. But then we also do this through our Farmers Feast, which was our annual fundraiser. So our Farmers Feast is hosted on a farm every year. They've wanted me to do it downtown, but it is about preserving the agricultural landscape because we're seeing lots of farmland being taken up every year. So this is really fun because I pride myself on, we contact a farmer, we say, hey, can I bring 170 of my closest friends to your place for a party on Saturday night? And they're like, sure, right? So they get it, I tell them they don't have to do anything. I will bring a team, we will set it up, we will tear it down all on the same day. The first year we did not feature as many Pendleton Proud products as we did, but now from every year, except for some of the cooking ingredients, we're pretty much 100% Pendleton Proud at our local Farmers Feast. So this photo in the barn, normally we're outside, this was a tobacco barn. The very next day, that tobacco barn was completely filled with tobacco. Completely. So that's how clean we leave it when we leave. Pop up, tear down. Volunteer management, everybody has jobs. It's a fun event. It's a who's who that kind of comes and builds support at our farmers market. We do it on the last Saturday of August every single year. We don't release tickets until about July. And it is a waiting list. So we get a lot of people there. My favorite year was probably, as far as aesthetics, the year that we were back at Faith Acres Farm in the Sugar Bush. That is like just magical and romantic and just all the things, and I love it. And then, but one year, man, I'm telling you, this year right here, this was 2019, my friends. In 2018, we figured out that, hey, you've got matching funds and you've got matching funds, and I can use those monies together. So the grant writing commenced. So then we did our Farmers Feast, not at a farm that year. We did it at the fair board, the fairgrounds. All right. That year we posted a tent up. Everybody was like, oh, we're not on a farm this year? Gosh, that's just awful. But that night we made the announcement. Everybody thought we were going to ask for more money. We made the announcement that the farmers market was coming home. That is the exact spot that the Pendleton County Farmers Market started in the 1980s. That is now the site of where our farmers market stands to this day. So we did our groundbreaking that night. All the key players had big gold shovels. All of our community supporters that were our community partners had little golden spades. Yes, we hand painted them, all of them, but it's so worth it. And then all of our guests had a golden spoon that was a shovel, because we had Jericho Farmhouse ice cream come that night. And then we gave everybody that and did our groundbreaking, because it takes the community to make things like that happen. We could not have gotten there if we didn't have community support, remember? I can't have a farmer's market if I don't have farmers. I can't have a farmer's market if I don't have community. So it's about atmosphere and changing that. This program hits on many. So when we think about these built and financial or environmental capitals, this hits on so many. So just one program can hit multiple. So we've got social here, we have cultural because we have historical events, we have environmental because we're doing agricultural appreciation. It's obviously financial, even though the event truthfully does not make a lot of money. If we relied solely on that event for fundraising, we might have had a farmer's market in 289 years. So true story though. So those grant funds that are out there and are available, take advantage of them. But before you go and do the paperwork, because there's a lot, and have those sleepless nights, figure out how you're supporting your community and what that ripple effect of what the farmer's market really means, beyond just being a place to peddle produce and corn and tomatoes, y'all. It's a thing. Here we are now. I haven't updated that picture. We've got really beautiful Kentucky Proud logo, Miss Sharon, right in the center of that. And it says Pendleton County smaller. And they're like, why should we even put Pendleton County on it? I said, in case somebody's crazy enough to start another farmer's market here, they know that we are the Pendleton County Farmers Market. And then it says Farmers Market really big across there, because I want them to be able to see it from Highway 27. One of the fun things that we did here, this was 2013-ish, we were there on that site. I secured that site through just a handshake, basically, a beg, borrow, and a handshake. And then we went to the fairgrounds, because the fair board actually purchased the property from the school board, which gave us the authority to have that 100-year partnership and lease. So again, partnerships are key. But in 2020, we were there, socially distanced, of course, and able to operate, because farmers market are essential. Don't forget that. We are still essential. And then we built our building, and then we were not quite ready by our December Ferry Farmers Market Christmas event. And we did a candy cane breaking as a cold opening. Yeah, I know. Cold opening in December. Haha, it was great. So we dressed up like elves. We have such a good time, and really it is that family atmosphere of what we're trying to build. Political capital is just as important for anything, because if your community is engaged, what do our politicians want to hear, right? What do they want? They want the good pictures. They want the feel-good stories. Look at how our money works for you, taxpayers, because we're building things for you. So political capital is just as important, the ability to influence and enforce rules and regulations. When they changed the home baker's bill and the whole, yes, I know, I brought it up. When they changed that, it took out the basic principle of drying herbs. What did we do? We empowered our leadership to go speak at the public hearing. That's an influence on policymaking. Miss Sharon and I and Brett, who didn't get to come with us today, he was supposed to be here, we got to testify before the House Ag Committee back in March. That was pretty cool, right? And talk about these partnerships and community, and how Kentucky Department of Ag, how all these organizations and cooperative extension work together to make community happen. But we want to make sure that we're doing our ability to influence those decisions so that we can continue to live our lives and to do our businesses and operate our businesses and have access to healthy foods, right? Those SNAP dollars that are even in the Farm Bill, that's important too. And programs like the Farmers Market Nutrition Program, why do we not have more programs like that? If we're going to subsidize things, let's put money back into the hands of the other small business owners. And that's exactly what the Farmers Market Nutrition Program does. Social capital, we've already hit on a little bit, but we're garnering community leadership and support, and we're building connections among people. Farmers markets are relational. Again, if you come, and this is my farmers market stand, and I'm back here on my phone, are you coming to my booth? Probably not. But if I'm there, hey, how are you? It's good to see you. I don't remember your name, but I remember your dog. That is going to draw people in. Remember, they're not just buying your magnificent world-class quality tomatoes. They're buying you. You're selling part of yourself. You're selling little pieces of yourself that are going to change that environment. So building those cohesive community engagement and relationship. And this picture, this was at that Farmers Feast dinner that we did where we made the announcement. The picture is a little small, but look at those faces. Look at the pure joy and excitement. The guy in the blue is my county judge who's standing next to me. The guy in the yellow, if you are a praying person, please continue to pray for him. Mr. Charlie is our founding father of the farmers market, and he had a bad fall. He's doing good. He's awake. We're still kind of waiting on a few things, but he had some broken vertebrae. But that man has come to me, and he's like a pseudo-grandfather. He started it all, but he came to me, and he's like, with tears in his eyes of joy, because he's never seen so much support for the farmers market. That's who I work for. That's who I do this for, is you. Every one of you, and knowing those relationships and building that capacity and helping out. We've got a long road to recovery, but our farmers market people, even our community members, and all the people that Charlie has peddled produce to and sold tomatoes to, and all of his rhubarb and every single blueberry that he has hand-picked as an 86-year-old man, those people are rallying around him in our community. We do fitness for produce, which I alluded to earlier. So my coworker and I, Miss Kenna, she's my family and consumer science agent, and she's one of my very good friends. We actually take vacation together. Yeah, my coworker and I take time off work to spend time together. We go hiking and we do all kinds of things. So we're like, well, hiking's good, right? We do SNAP education, we do physical fitness. Why don't we just do a program together? So we organize these hikes, we organize walks, we encourage people to engage with our local community and on local trails. They document that, they track it. Like the Walk Across Kentucky campaign, if they walk so many miles, they could earn up to $50 of farmers market tokens to spend. Who wants little tchotchkes when you can go buy whatever produce that you want and put great quality into your belly? So, creative programming. We also did that with 4-H. We have done hikes where we have people from 2 to 92. We did a hike last week to Red River Gorge, and we had from age 10 to 79. And someone on that trip had major reconstruction surgery on their back, and that was their first time ever hiking in the gorge. And they did it because it builds community and capacity through creative. And we reward them to go shop and support local entrepreneurs. So those 7 community capitals are a baseline for you. When you think about the farmers market, there's an evaluation tool called a Ripple Map that I love. And then once you break out, like we do farmers market, we have 36 vendors now, right? That's every one of those is a local business. Some of those are artisans, some of those are farmers, some of those are multi-generation, some are first time, some are veterans, some are female owned, some are whatever taglines that we want to put on them. And every one of those has a ripple effect of what that means, the outcomes. So if you're interested in ripple mapping, guess what? I can take this show on the road. I can come to you. I love talking about farmers market and doing board and development coaching and just kind of like getting your energy up, right? Thinking differently about your market and thinking about what those true impacts are. Because when you're writing a grant, these are all things that you can put into those grants, right? It's not just, well, I think that local food's important. Okay, that's cool. That's a true statement, right? Most of us would agree that we all want access to sustainable, affordable, quality food. But what beyond that? What makes you unique? What makes your customers unique? What's unique about your community? Falmouth and flood go hand in hand. We're built in a flood zone. The reason we don't have walls on our market is because we didn't want to take the flood tax credits from our community. We want to be a year-round market. We're working towards that, and we're going to be creative in how to get there in the future. But those 7 community capitals framework, you can email me and I'll send you a link to my little worksheet that kind of has some of those example programs categorized into one of those community capital frameworks. And then there's a worksheet for you to brainstorm and think about the things that you're already doing at your farmers markets. Some of you might call your Sprouts Kids Club the Pop Club, right? There are resources out there. The SNAP program through UK, Plan, Eat, Move. They have a farmers market toolkit resource that kind of helps you with some engagement and incentives as well. Of course, the Farmers Market Manual from KDA is like the resource. I normally carry it in my backpack for quick reference at all times, right? Or I have it saved in my Adobe on my phone. But those are all great resources, and there's tons of resources out there. So when you think about farmers markets being so much more than corn and tomatoes, it's an integral component to local food systems, a reimagined community, a stimulated local economy, the next generation of good eaters, an economically viable market for farmers, a hub for artists and musicians, a place and space for community celebrations, and the heart of community health. Farmers markets are so much more, y'all. It gives me cold chills when I think about like the honor it is to get to work with farmers markets every day of my life. Well, not every day, maybe one day every day, but right now a lot of days. But they are so much more. So that's my challenge to you, is to think about what you're doing for a community, what makes you unique, and then you're all on this boat together. So if that boat starts to get holes, you all better be plugging the dam with all your little fingers or chewing gum. Lift each other up and support each other and build that market family, because that's what keeps me going. Thank you. Questions? If anybody has any questions, I'd be happy to answer anything or connect. Yes? Yes, so our market structure is set up. We have annual fees. We are actually one of the cheapest farmers markets. We originally $25, we're up to $50. So our membership fee is $50 for the entire year. You have to join by April 1st. And then we require all the training. So we require produce best practices training and GAP and food sampling certificates and all the things. So we don't generate a lot of income for the market. We are creative through partnerships to identify that financial resource.
Or for vegetables and things, and then a certain percentage for other vendors like artists and so forth?
We have no percentages as far as like the makeup of our market. So what happens is because we finally put dates in our bylaw of what is the term of a membership for farmers market. It's at April 1st. So what our market does is the old vendors review the applications, analyze those, and then make the determination from there. Again, only things that are locally made, locally grown, made or changed. So no peddling of, some of the other products that are there. So they have to be a maker or a grower. And then right now, only thing that we have done is last year we restricted the sale of eggs. So we said we already have 6 egg vendors because we had 3 new egg vendors coming on. And we said, listen, so the new people right now, until further notice, we're just going to ask that you don't bring your eggs to market. This year we have no restrictions because production and weather has affected demand and all these kind of things. So there are currently no restrictions except for as long as they make it, grow it, or change it, then they can sell it.
So how do you get a county agent to be involved? Big county like Fayette County's doesn't have time for our little market.
So
the big Lexington market.
Yeah, so the question was, how do we get county extension agents to get involved? And that's through relationship building and capacity. So it does take unique programs, but there are a lot of programs that are supported through the work of cooperative extension that hit initiatives for us, whether it's socially disadvantaged, supplemental nutrition programs, production, and sometimes your county agents may be involved behind the scenes that potentially might be involved behind the scenes with some of the legalities, or their function may be just strictly support of training.
Big market with 80 growers, and they're not interested in a little market with 20 growers.
Yeah, so I would reach out, be very clear in like relationship building and be like, hey, this is why we need you. Because I think sometimes we as agents, I speak for myself, the first year with my farmer's market, I was a new agent just in the county and no one came and introduced themselves to me. But what did they do? They called me with the fires and they said, I'm losing my sight. I'm like, okay, what does that mean for me? Like, I don't know where you're at. I don't know who you are. I don't know how many vendors. I don't know what parameters. So it took that first initial phone call and then me building that relationship with them. But I would say meet with your market leadership, figure out what your goals are, like how do you compete with the large Lexington market? How are you different from the large Lexington market, and what are some of those opportunities? So be very specific in your ask to your county agents.
I organize a farmer's market in Lexington and Fayette County, and I work with the Extension Office to get recipes and all kinds of literature about 4-H and all sorts of things. They used to get seeds, but this year they didn't have any to give out for Earth Day week when we opened yesterday. But I do know that if you go over or call them and talk to them, that they have always, they run things out. Well, but because I talked to them. I went over there, and I also take some classes over there, so I was there. And the main horticultural agent, Jamie Dockery, is the first one that actually told me some of the things I needed to do to jump through some hoops with the city, because I didn't know I had to do certain things. And he saved our neck because I was about to open in a couple weeks. So anyway, I just know that you have to, go over there or talk, and they have new agents, and but because Diane, a lot of them retired, but they will give you literature. I have a table full. I have a hospitality table, and I fill it full of things from the Extension Office, and it's free.
Yeah. And every extension office has different resources and availability. So in my rural community, I am the Ag Natural Resource Horticulture Agent. I do a little bit of everything. And the farmers market was the first group that welcomed me, that was hungry for extension. And there are times that we've been around for a long time that sometimes we have a lot of programming on our plates and just simply not enough time. But I think if you're specific, and then of course a lot of our incentive programs and resources that are out there are available. And that's just through, again, a lot of that relationship building and capacity, because sometimes we may not even know you exist. There's some groups that are like, that county agent never does anything for me. And I'm like, who are you? I've never seen you before. Because I am a person that I'm very wired, like, let me help you. How can I help you go further, right? But let's be specific in what our goals are and our asks and move forward.
When you say that your application has to be in by April 1st, can it be after? Or it has to be in by April 1st?
No, so ours, we require a membership join of April 1st, and then that gives us the time to get everybody trained and up to the level that we are. Because I am so strict, because at the end of the day, you as a producer are taking a lot of risk with opening to direct-to-consumer sales, because I assume that consumers are normally the problem, hence the reason we have hot coffee warnings on hot coffee, right? So same kind of premise. So we require by April 1st to join. In our market, we're already outgrowing our building. We do have a lot of kind of competition, like eggs this year. We're going to be like having eggs out the ears. But yeah, so we require that to allow training.
Training meeting for everybody who's at the market every year?
Yes, so we have our training schedule, we have condensed down to about 2 market membership meetings of new vendors. And what I try to do is the first meeting is kind of like the informational, let's drink the Kool-Aid, buy into the system, figure out if you like us, if you're a good fit. And then we will have specific training for produce best practices. I will send them the dates for home-based processor, home-based microprocessor. We do sampling at the same time as produce best practices, and I'm like, just here, fill the paperwork out, I'm gonna mail it in for you, kind of a thing. So it is a lot. That part, which is my primary function and role as an extension agent, is a lot of behind the scenes things of just navigating and trying to get all the trainings and make sure that I'm trained or my market manager is trained every year for that.
Have to go to this training session also?
No, so it depends on the licensing, right? So their sampling certificate is good for 2 years. So then if they're good, they're good. If they are produce best practices under the current laws and regulations, once you're trained, you don't have to be retrained. When they change that again, then everybody will have to be retrained. So I have a master training calendar. I actually have 2 master training binders where I keep all the certifications and insurances for each of my vendors as due diligence, so that if they forgot their sampling certificate on Super Sampling Saturday, that I have a backup in case we were audited, because I'm a very prudent, like detail-oriented person. So I do some of that extra structure support behind the scenes, and that's part of what the Extension Office offers. And then now the leadership capacity has really grown within market, and they are taking a lot more responsibility on. There's 36 of them, right? And then if you double that, because each person's normally a team of 2, those are all members. They get 1 farm membership, but they're all members, so we have a body of people to work and do and spread out that love. Great questions. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Lindie, for joining us today. I'm a little shorter than you. I'm going to have to pull this down. We appreciate you and all that you do. And if you have any other questions for Lindie, she's going to be around for a few minutes. You can ask her a few questions. We're going to go ahead and move on to the next part of the program, which is Tina Garland with KDA. She's going to tell you a little bit about the Farm to School programs and some of the fundings that they have. Thank you, Tina.
Well, hello, everyone. Excited to be here today and tell you a little bit about, where are my slides? My clicker. Here's the clicker. All right. There you go. There we are. I was like, where are my slides? I tell you, Lindie, you give me so much energy just listening to you. That is so awesome. You do such a great job. And about some of our programs today we're going to focus on with KDA is Farm to School and our Seniors Farmers Market, just giving you a little bit of update. I won't take too much of your time today, but in the last couple years we have experienced supply chain disruptions. We've experienced just huge increases in federal assistance, which we'll talk to you a little bit about today, pandemic relief programs, and also transition to the new normal. With the food assistance, working with our network of Feeding Kentucky Food with food banks, we've distributed over 88 million pounds of food worth over $102 million from 2020 to 2022. And Farm to Food Banks gleaned 4,133,646 pounds and paid farmers over $1 million to Kentucky farmers to help the food from Kentucky residents. And then in our local foods, the Farm to School, we partner with UK Extension and KDA. We have developed the Farm to School Hub, and that is a great place where farmers and food service directors alike go onto our hub, and they will upload their information, and then food service directors can look for a farmer and vice versa. Farmers can look for a food service director if you are interested in selling to Farm to School. And then with our seniors, we had over 12,000 recipients last year, and we have over 1.2 food dollar impact in Kentucky from 2020 to 2022. I also work with our Chefs in Schools program, and that provides opportunity for our KDA chef to go into the schools, and they work directly with that food service director and their staff, and they teach them how to deal with fresh local products that they purchase from farmers. And then in our junior chef competition, we developed a program in 2013 that focused on high school students, and it gives them the opportunity to develop recipes that are replicable as well as adaptable to food service and featuring local fresh foods that they purchase from their farmers. And in our USDA foods, in schools, we have administered for 190 districts that are part of our NSLP program, which is the National School Lunch Program. And the Department of Ag, we house the commodity and the DOD program, and the Department of Education controls like summer feeding, school lunches, school breakfast, and those programs. And then $87.6 million and 53.3 million pounds of produce or USDA foods have been provided for 2020 and 22. And out of that, $15.8 million allocated for DOD Fresh, a program allowing districts to allocate USDA foods funds for that fresh produce. So I wanted to tell you, again, where we are going. We have food assistance. In our food assistance, we have TFAP. In our food assistance branch, we have TFAP, CSFP, Farm to Food Banks, and then the TFAP Reach and Resilience Grant, as well as the LFPA grant. And Lindie Crumby is working with the department for the LFPA grant, and she's here today, and she can ask or answer any questions that you all have. Have you all heard of the LFPA? Yes, no? No? Lindsay, would you feel comfortable coming up and just giving a little brief update at what LFPA is and how it can help our producers?
So for LFPA, it is $5.5 million that has been given to the department, and we are using 3 tracks, and they are going to be buying your number ones and your grade A produce or value-added products. There's no limitation on the type, and we're paying retail value, and these are going through either our network of food banks with Feeding Kentucky, then 2 prepared meal programs through 2 other partner food banks, and then their sub-partners who will be creating prepared and frozen meals that will be distributed to underserved populations. And then the last one will be connecting producers interested in commercial or third-party distribution and aggregation contracts. We will provide them the state contract connection, and then they will be able to have their foods used in a statewide distribution of food boxes.
Thank you. And then with the local food programs, which that's kind of in my house, that's the Farm to School, Senior Farmers Market, Chefs in Schools, Junior Chef, plus our LFS. And if I can have Casey McLean come up and just give a little bit about LFS. I'm sure, hopefully, some of you all have talked with her already, and we're super excited to have Casey on board.
Yes, so we do have 87 county districts that have opted in for our $3.2 million grant. They are able to buy unprocessed foods or minimally processed foods. They have all of that money allocated to them and are ready to buy from our local vendors. So we would love today to get you signed up and be a vendor for those schools.
And all of that food does go directly to our schools. So we're super excited about that, because normally our DOD funds that the schools allocate for themselves are around about $3.5 million. And that's just for our DOD funds that they set aside for themselves. But this is almost the same amount. And that's going to our Kentucky farmers, and this is through April of 2024. And then we're hiring 3 new positions. Well, we filled the LFPA and we have filled the LFS. And for our seniors, we have just hired today, matter of fact, a seniors farmers market nutrition program coordinator for the eastern part of the half of the state. So those of you that are involved in seniors, Jesse is our primary program coordinator, but he is down in Trigg County in Cadiz. So we kind of split the state with our senior funds because we got an ARPA grant that provides more money for our seniors, and we're so excited about that. Let's see. Again, Casey's talked about our local foods, and let me hop on to our seniors. So with our ARPA grant that we received, we are going to be able to raise our senior funding this year to $50. So each senior will receive $50, and we're super excited about that. And also, we have added 8 counties to date. We've gotten our second allocation from USDA, so we have over $600,000 worth of food dollars for this year. And again, we're just super excited about that, and adding these extra counties, adding our program coordinator, and we're hoping to just rock and roll. And this year will be our second season with our e-solutions. So last year we had a lot of learning to do, but this year we feel a little bit more comfortable about it, and so we're super excited. Does anybody have any quick questions? I know I went pretty quick. You know, one of the things that I was thinking of as I was listening to Lindie, I've heard before, you know, tell somebody a fact and they'll learn. Tell somebody a truth and they'll believe, but tell somebody a story and that's going to live in their hearts forever. You know, and Lindie's told so many good stories about community, about bringing everybody together. And that is what Farmers Market does. That is what Farm to School does. And teaching our students, teaching our children where their food comes from, how it grows, how it's produced, you know, how to even prepare. Because our students in school today are the next generation of consumers. They're going to be coming to those farmers markets. So training them, like Lindie is putting those programs out there and doing, she's getting them accustomed to come to those markets, to make that their habit of choice for shopping. So I love Farm to School. It's an awesome program. Our senior program is an awesome program, and we're here at the department to help you all do anything that you need to do. We've completed all of our trainings for our senior program, and also all of our applications will need to be into us by May. So for you farmers, so get with your extension office or whoever your market manager is and get that training done, because we want a successful season again this year. So thanks again.
Thank you very much, Tina. We appreciate you being here and telling us about your programs. Up next, we have the wonderful Sharon Spencer and her lovely programs that she has. They alluded a lot to the Farmers Market Manual. That is something, if you're going to be selling at farmers markets, that is something that you need in your hand all the time. If you don't know what to do or how to do it or how to sell it, that is a wonderful reference tool, and she can send it to you in a PDF. She can send it to you. She can hand it to you. We can get it printed off for you. She's going to tell you a little bit more about that, and then the Kentucky Proud programs. And I hear she has a new person with her today, too, so I'll let her introduce her, too.
I got a new person. I'm excited. Well, thank you guys for sticking around with us. I was going to make sure I can work this high-tech stuff and see if I can get it figured out. Well, good afternoon. Everybody enjoyed it so far? That was pitiful. Did everybody enjoy it so far? That's a little bit better. Lindie, amazing as always. I just wish I had as much energy and just, so, you know, I wish we could have this in every county. She gets very excited about what she does. She's got a great market, and Charlie has been in my heart. I know Charlie's wife, and I know Charlie's son. We went through a Farm Bureau program together, and I don't know what he was doing on a roof. He had no business being on a roof, but you can't tell a farmer, don't do something you're not supposed to do. So my hearts and my prayers go out for him. But I'm really excited because we have a new addition to Kentucky Department of Agriculture and the Direct Farm Marketing. We've got Kate Hamilton. I'm going to let Kate come up and tell you just a little bit about herself. She is going to be the new program coordinator for farmers markets for your CSAs. Does anybody do a CSA as well? Well, we've got CSA, we've got farmers markets. She's also going to be our Ag Vets coordinator as well. So I was going to say, Taryn, you all are going to get to be working with her. You will just absolutely love her. And so anything else that we have thrown at her, she has just taken. So Kate, tell us a little bit about yourself, and then we'll take it over.
Well, again, my name is Kate Hamilton. I am born and raised here in Frankfort, Kentucky. I live with my wonderful, sassy, brilliant 7-year-old daughter who keeps me on my toes and busy at all times. I have a little background in agriculture. We have a family cattle farm here in Frankfort, and then we do a cattle crop farm in Meade County that we inherited from, or my siblings and I inherited from my dad. So we do take care of that here. I transferred from food distributions I've been with them for a year. I transferred here to Farmers Market, which I'm really looking forward to get to know everyone, to get my hands in there and just see what all we can learn, what we can change, and what we can improve for the farmers markets and all of our other programs that we've got here in the ag area.
And you've actually helped with the farmers market in Franklin County, too.
Yes, I do. I work with a friend, helping him out serve his beef produce, and he cooks, so a little server.
Great. Kate, thank you so much. Glad to have you on board. So we're going to kind of go over, how many is a Kentucky Proud member? I was hoping most of the folks that's in here, I got looking and I thought most folks are going to be Kentucky Proud. But what Kentucky Proud is, it's a state marketing logo for agriculture here in Kentucky, that anything that is produced, grown, raised, or manufactured that has an agriculture value can be Kentucky Proud. We're very blessed with our Kentucky Proud program. The Ag Development Funds and everything funds that program. So there's a lot of different programs and a lot of different groups that we work with, and you've probably heard some of our folks up here earlier say that. A lot of that Ag Development Fund goes towards our groups like K-Card, the Hort Council, Grow Appalachia, but that money is going to our agencies, but it's also going to you guys because it's helping you with the different benefits and everything that we have to offer. But the Kentucky Proud program is one of them. Kentucky Proud, the database, we just recently changed that about 2 years ago, and we asked everybody to go in and renew your application. If you have not been able to go in and download your Kentucky Proud certificate this year, go in and check and make for sure that you are signed up in that Kentucky Proud program, because if not, it could be that you might have got dropped off or you didn't get your application filled out correctly, and we want to make for sure that you're in there. Farmers markets are required to renew every year. And the reason for that is because we asked you what your market locations are, your days, your times. That's going to change every year. Maybe not the location, but the days of when the market's going to open for this season and close for this season, and even the days of the week, that may possibly change. So that's why we always ask. Plus, we ask you this long list of medical questions, of market questions. That's going to say, how many vendors do you have this year? How many vendors did you have last year? What's your gross sales? Gross sales is very important, not only just to us, but also to you guys. Just like Lindie, when they were trying to get money and everything to build a pavilion. If she went in and she asked funds from her county officials or her state officials and said, we want money to build a pavilion. Okay, well, what kind of impact do you have to the community? How much sales do you have? Well, I don't know. How many vendors do you have at the market? Well, maybe 1 or 2, I don't know. If you don't know those answers, it's going to be a possibility that they're going to go, well, you don't have that much interest in your market to know, you know, what the sales are going to be, what's the impact that it's going to have to the community. You can do this. You can have folks just drop it in a box and just say, this is what my sales is this week. You can drop it in a box. They don't have to put their name or anything on it. You can collect that once a week. You can collect that once a month. However you want to do that. And we've got a tracking slip. If you need an example or something, we can send you one of those. It's also in the Farmers Market Manual too. But again, getting back to the Kentucky Proud program, it's absolutely free. Farmers markets can participate, and also vendors at your markets can participate. And I heard Chris say it earlier, talking about the Appalachia communities. Here we've got 54 counties. Before, that's just recently changed. We've added more counties to that. So you may notice that it'll stretch over just a little bit further into Kentucky, but those are our Appalachia Proud counties. So if you are a member of that, you can either use Kentucky Proud or the Appalachia Proud logo. Another program that I'm very proud of is we started this here in Kentucky, Homegrown by Heroes, where we recognize our veteran farmers or we recognize our active military farmers. We do require some information sent into our office, like a DD-214 if you're a veteran farmer. If not, then we also ask for a letter from your commanding officer just stating that you're active military. We just want to confirm and make for sure, because you know how many times you go by and you see people holding up a sign and saying, you know, give money to me, I'm a veteran. You know, you kind of look at them sometimes and you go, are you really? We have had a couple of people that has tried to sign up for this program, but we want to make for sure that we keep this for our veterans because we've got some other opportunities for them. But they can use, there's 3 different logos we've got. We've got Kentucky Proud, we've got Appalachia Proud, and then the Homegrown by Heroes logo. So that makes you stand out from maybe just a regular Kentucky Proud member. So another program that it's a good partnership that we've got with K-Card. We also have the Sheep and Goat Development Board that we work with. We've got the Horticulture Council and everything that's involved in this, but it's called Kentucky Ag Vets. This has been a really cool program to work with our veterans, to work with our military that's getting ready to get out of the service and trying to figure out what they want to do next. We want them, you know, just like, you know, you got Uncle Sam saying, I want you. Well, that's going to be me. I want you. We want you farming here in Kentucky. So just got back from Fort Campbell, or whatever the last 2 days, or whatever. I was there yesterday with Spencer from K-Card. So it was a Spencer Spencer duo, I guess I want to say. So we always joke, Taryn and I always joke, it's always the Taryn and Sharon show when we do trainings, and so now it's the double duo Spencers. But just talking to those Fort Campbell soldiers and saying, we want you here in Kentucky, we want you to stay, we want you to farm, and gives them some opportunity of mentorship as well as maybe internship to get involved in the community, and then just also an education. Plus we have a happy hour call. I hate to say that too loud because my commissioner goes, you're on happy hour? But we get with all of our veterans. David Neville has been one that has joined us on some of the happy hour calls, and it's just a networking opportunity to get folks together and talk about what is their needs, maybe to do informational trainings and everything as well. So that's a great opportunity. So if anybody, do we have any veterans? I know we've got David, and David, appreciate your service. Thank you for everything, and like I said, we want to try and do as much for them as we can. So talking about the promotional grant, I've heard several people, I know Lindie said that, and I know probably several of you all in the room. Mike, Paula, have you all had the Kentucky Proud Promotional Grant? Have you all used that? No? Have they? This is available for anybody that is a Kentucky Proud member. So this is an opportunity for you to use this for advertising. It's a cost share. It's a 50-50 cost share. You've got to show a direct farm impact. So you've got to go in and you've got a list of how that's going to affect your operation. If that's going to affect other producers that you work with, you can include that as well. But you could get up to $8,000 a year. And then the cap on this is $36,000. We've got a lot of members that has already reached that cap. But this can help you, and this can help the market. So farmers market, how many farmers market managers in here? This can help you with advertising It can help you with special events. So if you look to do some kind of a special event to do the bags, reusable shopping bags, it's got the name of your market. Always make for sure it's got to have that Kentucky Proud logo on it, the Appalachia Proud logo, Homegrown by Heroes logo, but it's got to have that Kentucky Proud symbol on it in order to qualify for that. We do ask that you show a direct farm impact. So the direct farm impact, again, is going to be the number of farms that you're going to be impacting. That's where those numbers, again, come in handy, because you know how many members that you had last year, maybe even attendance at the market. I know I was at Red River Gorge, and they did a big, huge market day, and it was a great attendance or whatever, and they were doing a market count. They had so many people, I don't even know how they could do a count, because people was coming in from one end and the other end, but that was a great day. But that way you can record your attendance, also record what the weather is. If it's a beautiful day outside, or if it's rainy, cloudy, cold, that makes a difference in your attendance, but you can also justify that if you have to go and if you're asking for money. Some of the eligible expenses, I don't know if anybody has seen Cherry Farms. If anybody knows Tanya Cherry, she is from over in Allen County, and they have got just a running billboard that goes down the road. It is a trailer. They do beef. They do beef and pork. And if she's watching, I'll get this wrong. She'll really let me have it. But they're also a lavender farm, and she's kind of got her hands into a lot of different things. But she's got this trailer that she has done a wrap on, and it's got Kentucky Proud, it's got the name of their farm on it, and it's got pictures of their cattle, their beef cows, and it's going down the road. It's a running billboard. It's an advertisement. Every place she goes, she takes that trailer. She goes to the market, she's got that trailer. Great advertising. It can help you with web development. And like I said, any kind of special events or anything that you want to do. If you've got any questions at all, Jonathan Van Balen is our guru on the Kentucky Proud. I do recommend do not spend anything until you get approval on that Kentucky Proud application, because if you do spend before you're approved, you're not going to be reimbursed for that. But also, make for sure if you've got any questions, please reach out to Jonathan. Another program we've got is called Buy Local. That is what used to be called our Restaurant Rewards. This has been a really cool program because we can work with our caterers, we can work with our farm to schools, we can work with our restaurants, our chefs, and they're going to get money back. If they purchase from you, you're a Kentucky Proud member, they are a member of the Kentucky Proud Buy Local, they can get a certain % of what they purchase from you back. I've had people, when I've talked about this, people goes, how does that help me? They're getting money back, but I'm not. You're getting advertising. First of all, you're getting a new customer to sell your products to. And then also, you may get advertising. Your name may be on the menu of what you've sold them. And, they always say buy local, or we're serving local. We're a farm-to-table dinner. And so that's where that's going to get you more attention. At cost, if anybody is wanting any Kentucky Proud at cost, items such as bags, shopping bags, hats, labels or anything. I did not bring anything with me. I should have, but if you know what you may want, let me know. Our office is just located right across town, right off from the other I-64 exit, Frankfurt for Sales exit. I can give you directions. We can have the order and everything ready for you if you want to stop in and pick it up. If not, you can always order online, or you can always come into our office, or if I'm in the area, call me and let me know, and we can drop those off to you too. Farm to Fork, I heard Lindie mention this, and I'm wanting to sneeze. Our Farm to Fork is also another Kentucky Proud grant that we've got available. It's $750, and that is to be used towards hosting a Farm to Fork event, a Farm to Fork dinner. These have been some great opportunities just to get information out, to highlight some of your agritourism locations, to highlight your farms. You could be the host farm, and what we ask is you have a host organization. So for example, Pendleton County Extension, Pendleton County, I think how you all were listed under the foundation. They were the host organization. And you've got to have a charity that is a 501c3. Sometimes that can be your farmer's market. That may be a food pantry, which is a great opportunity for you to do. It could be an FFA alumni. But we do ask that you do have a 501c3. They are active with the Secretary of State's office here in Kentucky. You do a fundraiser for them. and you host this event, you're supporting local. That money that you get from us is going to go towards purchasing local products. We're not asking you to ask your producers to donate everything. You know, we're wanting to pay you for that. We're wanting you to pay for it, and then we'll reimburse you. Like I said, it's a 50-50. $250 of that does go towards promotion. So if you're doing advertising, if you're doing a menu, we want to make sure it's got that Kentucky Proud on it, and so we can get you some money and everything back for that. The Farm to Fork event has been just really cool to get the recognition out for our producers. The pictures that you see here, this is Greenup County, the one that looks like it's got a fireworks. It is fireworks. This was probably like, I think, their 4th event that they had. The first event, how many knows where Greenup County is? Greenup County, it's not a very big community, but Kenny Amo's Greenhouse, and the McConnell House, the 4-H, and the FFA all decided that they wanted to do a fundraiser. So they got together, hosted the first one at the McConnell House. My husband and I went to it because I asked him, I said, you want to be my date? And I said, come on. I said, you can go with me. And we went, 450 people, and probably even more than that, but about 450 people was at his first event. This is in Greenup County. So the next year, let's see, the next year, I think that's when COVID hit. And so they decided to do food boxes, and I think you all did food boxes or whatever too. They sold Kentucky Proud boxes and just food, and just asked everybody to take the boxes home, you know, have dinner. People actually took it home, cooked it, had it setting out, and showed pictures. I mean, it was just like real romantic dinners, maybe out on the back patio or something. So it was really cool, highlighting all of the Kentucky Proud producers. They couldn't hardly get enough baskets together to get them sold. They were selling so quick. Then the 3rd year, I wasn't there. I think the 3rd year, I guess this will be maybe their 5th year, but one year I did miss, and they had, I think, almost close to 700. This one here that had the fireworks, they added fireworks that year. They had over 800 people that came out. But saying all of that about the number of people that was there, that's not what was so important. The big thing was the connection that they made. They brought the city and the country together. So they brought the farming community and agritourism community and everything all together with, like I always say, the city folks. But what that did is they opened the door, and folks said, what can we do for you guys? How can we do fundraisers? They raised over $40,000 for FFA, for 4-H, and they split it 3 different ways. So, I mean, it's a great opportunity for you to get out, get your information and everything out to you. So talking a little bit about payment options, I heard Lindie say that they do the wooden tokens, and they've got several different programs. You heard Tina talk about the senior farmers market. How many takes the senior farmers market, the WIC, the SNAP? How many take SNAP? Oh, we got a couple of hands. No? Miss Jane, why do you all not like to take SNAP? What if I told you there's not a cost? The senior and the WIC, that's actually kind of now dependent more on the individual taking that, because they've got either a mobile app or, which is, I know it's been a big adjustment for everybody, but everybody I've talked to has absolutely loved it. They said it's so much better, because I can remember so many people talking about the vouchers, and I've heard Tina talk about it, Jesse and Alan Peck or whatever, taking the vouchers, and you all would hold the vouchers and not get them to the bank maybe in time, or you'd stamp them with the wrong stamp, or you didn't sign it someplace you were supposed to sign it. So these changes to these programs have just been absolutely great to move that program forward. But we can also do the SNAP. The SNAP program we had, I started working with folks back 2014, talking about the SNAP program, and we had how many went to the Fruit and Vegetable Conference 2014, 15, 16 or something around that time? I talked about the farmers markets, and I talked about the SNAP program and trying to get the SNAP program in. We had USDA there. We had USDA, MarketLink, WorldPay, Novadia. even I think the food nutritional service. We had everybody there to where you got up, you signed with one person, you went to the next step, because if not, you had to do all of this online. And I said, it's not convenient for our producers. So they all came, we had them all in one room, and everybody signed up. Ran into a little bit of problem because people was being charged for that service, for that machine. And so we ran into problems with that. So after that, USDA approached us again and said, you know, we really want you all to start taking SNAP. How come you're not taking SNAP? We have the opportunity that we can either have farmers markets take the SNAP, or we can have direct marketing producers. So when I say direct farm marketing producers, it's just like individuals, like the Bentons, Paula and Mike. You all can just take the SNAP, and nobody else at the farmers market can take it if they don't want to sign up for it, or if the market doesn't want to sign up. So this is real simple to do, but the thing is, you can sign up with the SNAP program on USDA. It's the FNS office. I've got instructions on how to do it. Step 1, step 2, step 3. So get with me after this. I can send you all of that information to you. But your thing is, well, let me go back. We can get you the account and everything set up, and then we can get you a machine that's going to be free. It's going to say that it's a leased piece of equipment, and it's actually, and I'll go forward and I won't be able to go backwards probably. This is what the machine's going to look like. Now, she probably wouldn't be able to take it at her roadside market because it does require Wi-Fi or phone service. Sorry, we'll get you there one day. We will get you there. But this is going to be a machine that you can get. There's no, it's my understanding, there's no associated fee. It is, they do say that it is a leased piece of equipment, but there's no fee with that. The reason why we went with the leased, we started working with LaShawna Watson, that is in the state SNAP office. And we said, what can we do? How can we get the machines? These machines are not going to be a fee or anything associated with them. If something happens to the machine and it breaks, you can send that back in and we can get you another machine. There's no fee. With the other system that we had, if your machine broke, sorry about your luck, but you're going to have to pay about $1,500 to $2,000 to get a new machine. So we didn't want that. There was a lot of things that was associated with it as far as fees. And once folks started having deductions come out, did anybody have the experience of they had deductions come out of their account and they couldn't get it to stop, other than either closing their account or changing? So this you set up with USDA. Let's see if I can go backwards. Hey, I guess the little backwards arrow means backwards, right? Figure that one out quick. This is for a market or an individual. If your farmer's market is not currently taking it, now if you're taking it as a farmer's market, you do have a little bit of accounting. I think Lindie talked about that, but you have a little bit of bookkeeping that you've got to do. So you would possibly have some type of wooden token or paper script. We have some markets that does a paper script. I've also told that you can counterfeit paper script easier than you could wooden tokens. You know, if somebody's going to do something to rip you off, they're going to figure out one way or the other if it's a wooden token, if it's paper script or what. But you can do two ways, and then you can ask your producers to give you those tokens at the end of the market season, however you want to have it done. End of the market day, end of the market week. Somebody has to be there to keep an account of that, but somebody also has to be there to have that machine operating while the farmer's market's going on. And Joni, I don't know where she went. I may be running over my time. But the SNAP, it's a good benefit for, like I said, if it doesn't work for the market, it can work for the individual producers. That way that individual producer can take it back to their on-farm market. They can take it if they've got extra corn and they stop in a parking lot and they want to sell it, they can take the SNAP there. The thing is on the SNAP, to make this program to be successful, because you've got the double dollars program that you can do along with that, if that's an option for you and you participate with that. But if not, you've got to market this program. You've got to let folks know that you're taking that SNAP card, not just have them come to the market and they see a little, because I went to a market one time and I was talking to a producer and I said, I thought you were taking SNAP. And they said, well, we are. And I said, well, there's no place that it says it. Well, yeah, it does. It was up in the corner of their tent, probably no bigger than this. We accept EBT. And I'm like, You got to make for sure you've got it out, you've got it in front. First of all, you got to get the customer to come to the market in order to see that sign that says we accept EBT. So Facebook, you know what Amanda was talking about, social media. But put it on Facebook, word of mouth, do brochures. And this is just some things that you can work with, maybe even schools, if schools will allow you to come in and just promote the farmers market. At your farmers markets, you've got to get out and you've got to work it. You've got to talk to as many people as you can. That's how you become successful. That's how Lindie and the Pendleton County Farmers Market, because it takes a group, just not one individual. The whole market is so proud of what they do, and they're all right there talking about the market. Kathy Howe from Jackson County, I don't know if anybody knows Miss Kathy. Kathy lives, eats, and breathes the farmers market. Probably starting February, I don't know, she probably starts January to December now, but constantly, shirts, she's on the radio. So that's the way you've got to make your programs work, but that's the same thing with this marketing and promotion. Go to your Rotary clubs, go to Master Gardener meetings, homemakers, just anybody that you can think of that you can go to and tell them what you have and the programs. So these are the products. Joni's coming at me, I gotta talk real quick. These are the programs these are the products that somebody can actually purchase with a SNAP card. So fruits and vegetables, pretty much all of your foods. Value added, when this first started, USDA said you cannot purchase value added, and I said, why not? Because somebody can go to a grocery store and get all of the junk food, all of the monster drinks that you want, and you're telling them somebody cannot buy jams or jellies from one of my producers at the market. So we had other markets or other states and everything that was complaining about that. And so they did add that. You can also sell, how many sells vegetable plants? So if you sell vegetable plants at the farmer's market, anything that is a food-bearing plant, so you've got a tomato plant, a pepper plant, any of those can be purchased with a SNAP card. These are the products. Common sense, no beer, no wine, no cigarettes. It takes all the joy out of it. No pet food. Barkle at the market. The dog can come, but it can't use its SNAP card at the market. Sorry. But prepared foods. Now, when it says prepared foods, we mean hot foods. So if somebody is selling hamburgers, hot dogs, they cannot use their SNAP card for that. But real simple, like I said, anybody's interested, please reach out to me. If your producers are interested, let me know. Another good program that we have started, and I don't know if anybody's seen, we had like Kleenexes, and we had bagged chips and clips and all of that out on our table that said Raise and Hope. So you may have no idea what Raise and Hope is. Raise and Hope is a program that started to get recognition out for our farmers about their health, stress, wellness, and also talking about something nobody wants to talk about is farmer suicide. We kind of link that in and everything as well with our Ag Vets program, and talking about, because we've had a couple of field days that we've done on one of our Homegrown by Heroes, and just talking about the things that you go through. But one reason why I guess I got involved with it was because I work with a lot of producers in our agritourism locations. And so we started working with the University of Louisville nursing students and bringing them out on the farm and getting the nursing students to walk around the farm and look at the hazards, the stress, the issues, maybe how somebody can get hurt. After talking to them, we also say farmers are different creatures. When a farmer is sick, they usually don't, the cows are not going to get fed, the crops are not going to get in. Yeah, they're going to be sick, they're going to be in the tractor, they're going to be out feeding the cattle, they're going to do everything that they have to do. When a farmer comes into the emergency room and has had an accident, or they say they're sick, you better take them serious, because if not, they wouldn't be here. So we had an emergency room doctor there. We had all of the nurses that was there listening. We had a farmer talking about, this is why I don't have time. And it really opened their eyes to a lot of things. And the reason for that is because we got thank you cards back. And just things they said in this thank you card, it's like, they got it. They really got it. So hopefully they will remember that if somebody is working in an emergency room, but just knowing the stress, the hazards, and everything that goes into, and then also talking to our producers and our farmers, and just knowing that somebody does care. When you lose all of your cattle, you've got to sell, you've lost your dairy contract, and you've got to sell your cows out. Seeing that farmer, seeing it in his eyes, talking about it, it makes a big difference. So this has been a great program to hopefully reach out and talk. We have Miss Kentucky going out with this program, but Elizabeth Gordon, Dell Dobson, Dr. Cheryl Witt works with this program, and we've even got Babette Overman and everything working with us now on this. So if you all want to have any kind of programs, they did have some grant funding opportunities that you could do farmer appreciation. So if you all have got anything, let us know, and we'll see if we can schedule something. But farmers markets, my favorite thing to get to talk about. We had 174 farmers markets last year with our registered with our office. This year, we're still in registration. We're still trying to get everybody signed up. We're only looking for those numbers to increase. We've got 115 counties that has a farmers market hosted. I've noticed in the last meetings that I've went to, and Joni and I've talked about it too, at the East Kentucky Farmers Conference at the Fruit and Vegetable, we've got a lot of new folks moving to Kentucky. They're moving here from out of states. We've got Alaska moving here, and they're going, and they're all wanting to farm. And so I think it's a great opportunity for us. I've talked to a lot of farmers markets this year. They say their vendors numbers are up. So I'm just really excited to see how that's going to continue to grow. But we do have a farmers market manual. Kate is actually, that was one of her things I threw at her and said, hey, because they did that to me. When I started back October 2009, they said, first thing we want you to do, they brought almost a 100-page manual and said, update this. And I'm like, how? I had to ask Kate. I said, Kate, can you go and update? Sure, no problem. I think she's already done with it. But we've got a lot of changes. We've had a lot of staff turnover, just people retiring, people moving on to other positions. So if you get a copy of our manual, the one thing that you want to note, Allie Hall, that is listed in there, she's no longer with our office, and Kate is the go-to person. So any gripes, complaints, compliments, see Kate. See Kate. But Kate is working on, as everybody knows, we put a new edition out every 2 years. So 2023, 2024, she is actually working on that. And if there is information in there that you all think that needs to be in there and we don't have it, please let us know. We're not doing this manual on our behalf. We're trying to do it on your behalf and just use it as a reference guide. So if there's something that we do need to include, please let us know and we can get that added. Resources, I always just try to include this. Some of the folks you've already heard from, but we've got Kentucky Farm Bureau Certified Farm Market Program. Great opportunity for individual producers if you've got an on-farm market on your farm to join. Great educational experience. Freya McCaw would have been here, but she just recently had another little boy, 3 little boys now. I keep telling her to keep shooting for a girl, but I don't think it's going to happen. But she's on maternity leave, so we wish she could join us, but she's got Ryan or whatever taken care of. So, but it's a really good program to get educational benefits. Kentucky Office for Agriculture Policy, they have funded many of our farmers markets. This money and everything, again, comes from the Ag Development Fund, but it's been a great opportunity to see our markets grow and to get a pavilion. And, you know, Lindie is a perfect example of that, as well as some of our other markets, too. We also have K-Card. Taryn talked a little bit about what she does. Guys, these are all resources. That's why I know when folks are even here and they are up here talking, I usually try to throw them in there, because usually if we tell you maybe 2 times, maybe 3 times, you'll get that, okay, I need to call them. And I love what she said, but I can't remember everything that she said. What is it, Taryn?
We get your ducks in a row, we help you grow, we keep you in the know, and something else.
But I loved it. I'm going to have to get with her and write it down. But again, we do a partnership with the Ag Vets program. Business planning. If you're looking at trying to do something different, great opportunity for you to reach out for them to resources, workshops, just a wealth of information and knowledge and everything. So the Kentucky Horticulture Council, they are big supporters of the Kentucky Fruit and Vegetable Conference. If you all have not been to that, you are missing out. You need to go. I believe, again, don't quote me on this, I may be in trouble, but I think it's going to be still in January next year, and I believe it's going to be in Bowling Green again. So make for sure. Taryn's happy because that's kind of almost in her neck of the woods. So, but check out the Horticulture Council. They do a lot of workshops. They've got a lot of YouTubes. They've got a lot of great information and everything. The flower industry has just absolutely gone crazy. Miss Jane ought to be so excited with that. but everybody's wanting to do fresh cut flowers, and just, it's doing really great. We've also got, where we're here today, Kentucky State University, third Thursday thing. We've got Joni has got programs, and she's going to talk about probably some of her programs too. The small scale farm grants. These grant opportunities, again, you all take advantage of these. This is money that's out there. I think she even has some small scale farm grants that you don't have to repay back. So, and maybe not even a 50-50 cost share. So take advantage of all of those. They do commercial processing training. They've got the vegetable mobile processing unit, but just they do an absolute great job. And here at the farm, they host a lot of mini events, and we appreciate everything that they do. They work extremely hard. University of Kentucky, we've got extension offices in all 120 counties. Great resource, great reference. If you have not reached out to them, please reach out to them, because they have a wealth of knowledge, soil samples, soil testing, just educational sessions, usually our farmers market managers. They do sampling at farmers markets, so please reach out. Plus, too, you can get price reports from the auctions and as well as the farmers markets. And I'm almost done. Community Farm Alliance, I thought they were going to be here today, but they do the Double Dollars program. They support our farmers markets. They've got that farmers market manager program. They are out there just a lot of times boots on the ground, working directly with our farmers and our markets, and so we appreciate everything that they do. A lot of great workshops and trainings. Another event too, or another program, Kentucky Women in Agriculture. One of our past presidents is sitting right there, Miss Lindie Huffman. Awesome job that she did of taking that forward and moving so many ladies. Gentlemen, if you want to go, you can go. We're not going to turn you away. But this is a great opportunity for the ladies to network and just to learn about agriculture and talk to other ladies that's in the business. We've had a lot of folks that has come to these meetings, or a lot of ladies that has come to these meetings and got ideas, took them back, and just, making a killing at it, just doing such an amazing job. But just networking with each other, all of these is the best way when you go to these events, is just networking is a great opportunity. And they've got a conference that's going to be coming up in October that's going to be in Somerset. So make sure you check that information out. There's my contact information. I think I probably talked way too long, as always, Joni. Does anybody have any questions? Everybody's like, no, shut her up. I have a bad habit of that. When I get going, I love it, but I love what I do. If anybody took the sampling application, please know the name on there is still Allie Hall. So if you want, just put attention farmers market sampling, or you can put Allie Hall. Just don't call Allie or ask for her, because she's no longer there. So you can ask for either Kate Hamilton or Michelle Hansford or myself. But you can just put farmers market sampling, and we'll get that out to you. So next up is the one and only. We saved the best for last today. Miss Joni Nelson, also known as, we're always the duo that's the double trouble, is what we get called. So Miss Joni Nelson with Kentucky State University, she does an amazing job. Tell us what you got, and I'm sorry I took so long.
Oh, you're fine, Sharon. Thank you very much, Sharon. Don't go too far, because in my presentation I'm going to be asking you questions, right? Okay, just so you know that. We're almost done, I promise. I'm going to try to talk fast, but not too fast. I'm from Alabama, so I tend to sometimes get a little excited about what I'm talking about, so I get a little fast. So if I am, just slow me down. But I'm going to talk to you about a lot about processing foods here in Kentucky. How many in here actually have or sell or want to sell value-added products in Kentucky? Okay. There are 3 different types of ways or processing rules. You can be home-based microprocessing, or commercial. And it depends on what you're making, how you're making it, how much you're making, and where you're selling, in order to decide which one of those fits you best. But we're going to go through a little bit of that today. And Sharon's going to try to keep me on track. Make sure you do like this when I get, So you're thinking also, maybe you want to make a value-added product, but you don't know where to start. So first things that you want to think about is, what types of products are you going to make? Where are you going to get your recipes? What are the costs of those products? What's your marketing strategy? Are you going to market them online? Are you going to sell them in person at a farmer's market or roadside stand? What's your processing strategy? How are you going to process those products? What trainings do you need to process those products? And what are the rules and regulations that you have to follow in order to sell that product? So the different types of products that you can make with value added, fermented foods. We actually have a fermentation program here at Kentucky State University, and we're developing a couple of different products. We have a hot sauce that may or may not be out soon, we hope, that we're working on a recipe for. But there's jams, jellies, salsas, barbecue, syrups, baked goods, soaps, lotions, beverages, and pet treats. I get a lot of questions about pet treats. They are way more regulated than what you would think they were. Where are you going to get your recipes? So your recipes can come from your ball canning book, online, your grandma's favorite recipe if you're home-based, old cookbooks, extension-based programs, KDA. There are a lot of nutritional recipes out there that are already tried and true. So using some of those, there's no issues with using some of those that are already out there. Again, let's talk about your cost. What are your costs in making that value-added product? Are you going to be renting a kitchen? There's a lot of commercial kitchens throughout the state. I can give you a list of all the commercial kitchens throughout the state. They try to update it. Ann Hall Norris is really great at updating it every year. What are your permit fees? The permit fees of having your own kitchen and processing in some kitchens will depend on the size and the amount that you produce. What kind of inspections, what are those costs? Your recipe approval, depending on what you're making, you may have to make that product and send it in and have it tested to make sure that it's got the right pH, the right water, the water activity in order for it to be sold as a home-based or a micro-based product. Where are you going to get your ingredients? How are you going to package the product? Your ingredients, are you going to grow those or are you going to purchase those? Think about that because that also is a determining factor on what processing strategy that you need to go towards. Labels, that's a cost associated with that. The jars, if you're going to do jams and jellies in a jar, the different types of jars. I know over COVID, jars were horrible to get a hold of. It was just, nobody could get jars. So think about that. Where are you going to market the products? Are you going to go to a farmer's market, delivery, online? Are you going to try to ship that product? Again, you've got to think about those as we go forward to know exactly what kind of processing strategy you need to go towards. Do you need a business license? A lot of places you require a business license. Some of our farmers markets, will want you to have a business license as well. And you want that product liability insurance. Lindie was talking about having insurance copies for all of her farmers. You want that because that safeguards you. The last thing you want is someone to get sick and then try to take your farm from you. It has happened. Let's talk a little bit about marketing strategy, and I'm going to try not to move. I'm horrible at running all over the place, but I'm trying to be still. If you're a home-based processor, your products can be sold directly to consumers within the state lines. That means you can sell it and then the farmer can come and pick it up from you. You can sell it at a farmer's market registered with KDA. Kentucky Farm Bureau has certified roadside stands, fairs, festivals, community events, or online. Now, I said you could sell online, but you can't ship that product if you're a home-based processor. You have to hand deliver any product that you sell under home-based and home-based microprocessing. Home-based processors, we were talking about the cottage laws. I'll try not to stay on this subject too long, and I'll try not to be sore. They changed a lot of the rules and regulations. So there's different things that you have to follow now. And a little birdie told me that might change again soon. Where did Sharon go? She stepped out. So it may change, so make sure that you're keeping up with those rules and regulations. If you are, you have to label your product. This product is a home-based, home-produced and processed. You have to register with the health department or the state health department for $50 a year. You cannot sell your products in grocery stores, retail outlets, or any further sales, wholesales, convenience stores, nothing like that. No items can be shipped directly to consumers. So it has to be person-to-person contact. Lindie was talking about how you want that interaction between people to people. Well, this type of processing can get you that. And only certain low-risk products can be actually produced under the House bill or the cottage laws. You can obtain this list through the food safety branch, but we're also going to go through a few of them here as well. And your gross annual sales have to be under $60,000. Okay, let's talk about some of the products that you can produce. Under home-based processors, you can do dried or freeze-dried fruits and vegetables. Before, they had taken the dried herbs and spices out of it. It's back in now. That's kind of some of those things that we go through and we try to work with the producers. Maple syrup, breads, cookies, fruits, jams, jellies. You just can't make any kind of claims on this. You can't say it's low sugar or anything like that. Like, you can't make any nutritional claims on your product, your home-based products. Candy, but no alcohol. You can't make your bourbon balls and sell them and take them, although I love bourbon balls. You can't make those under this rule. Nuts, granolas, popcorns, without seasoning added to it, but just popcorn you can do. Now, a home-based microprocessor, you have to take training every year, and it's $50, and it's $10 every other year to renew this. And it's a $50 annual certification through the food safety branch. However, you have to grow the main ingredient of that product. So if you're this helps you with like making green beans or, canned corn. Some of your pressure canning items fall underneath home-based processor. And those are the ones that you need this home-based microprocessor license for. Still, you can't sell you can't sell online. It's still direct-to-consumer sales only with home-based microprocessor. So any of your home-based has to have and include this product is home processed and produced, and you can only sell direct-to-consumer. The home-based microprocessor, the label, like I said, must contain it is home-produced and processed. You can produce higher-risk products, like I said, green beans, but they can only be sold under the microprocessor only at certain locations: Kentucky Farm Bureau certified roadside stands, KDA registered farmers market, and on your farm. And if your farm is a Farm Bureau certified market, that's awesome. You can definitely sell your micro-based products there in your home-based products. It requires a verification of an approved water source. This is not a cistern. This is not a well. You have to have an approved water source in order to do this. Recipes can be approved through Ann Hall Norris. She couldn't be with us today. She had another engagement, but this is her contact information and her phone number. You can call her if you have any questions. Email her. You can email me or Sharon, either one, if you have any more questions about the home-based microprocessor. Your extension office is the one that's going to do this training for you, and they have them listed every year. They usually start early January, and usually by May they're done, because by that time you're at the farmer's market and you want to have all of your training done with. Too close to this? Okay, so like I said, products can be sold at a certified roadside stand, a registered farmer's market, or the Farm Bureau market. This is a link and some more information to the certified farmers market that Sharon actually spoke about earlier as well. So let's look at home-based processor versus home-based microprocessor. I should have wore glasses. This is way too small for me. So I may have to turn around for a minute so I can see it a little better. So let's think about, do you want to sell from your house? If you do, either one of those work for you. Do you want to sell a product outside of Kentucky? Then neither one of these work for you, depending on your product. You're required to permit for both of them. You cannot sell to restaurants. Everything must be delivered by yourself only. And you can't have somebody else at the farmer's market sell your home-based products for you either. You have to have the recipe approved if you are a microprocessor, but not for home-based. Products not allowed under either one of these. Anything that has to be refrigerated. If you're making a product, cheesecake, and it has to be refrigerated, you're going to have to go to commercial processing. Any kind of garlic in oil mixtures, because of some food safety regulations, those are not allowed under this. Custard pies, again, refrigeration. Foods containing meat or poultry, if you want to make jerky or canned meat or anything like that, you can't do that under this. Kimchi, kombucha, those are some that you can't do. Juices. There's some exceptions for tomatoes, but for the most part, juices. Raw sprout seeds, you can't do those under this. Those have to be commercial. And other foods designated by the Kentucky Department of Public Health. This is where they get you. So if you have something that's not on this list, or you're curious, you want to know where your product falls, you can always call us or contact any of us, me, Sharon, or Ann Hall, and we can get you more information on that. As for a marketing strategy, so let's talk a little bit about commercial processing. This allows you to have that additional locations beyond those allowed for the certified home-based processors and microprocessors. These venues include wholesale if you're a commercial. You can sell online and ship it if you want to. You can sell at grocery stores and gift shops. So it opens up a whole lot more places that you can actually sell that product. Maybe you can't go to the farmer's market every day, every Saturday or every Tuesday or Thursday, and you want to be able to sell your products other places. So you can actually ship, and other people can sell your products for you if you are a commercial processor. Now, this does come with licenses, and it does come with needing a facility to process in. You may need food manufacturing storage license. You have to register for the Bioterrorism Act registration. I know. You have to have a facility, and there's certain requirements on that facility put on us by the state food safety branch. You must have a label, and labels must be approved. You send those labels to labels at, okay, well, just 1 minute, one more slide, I think. Oh, it's in here. I'll tell you where to send it. You have to have a grease trap. I know, you're thinking, I'm only making bread. I don't need a grease trap. Talk to your local health department. Talking about politics earlier, and I'm going to stay off of this for a little bit. Talk to your local health department, your politicians. If you want that changed, if you want those requirements changed, that's got to be done at a state level. That's put on them by the health departments. There's rules that say that state health has to require this, but each individual health department can go above and beyond if they want to. So that is where they get you on some of these requirements. And that's why you and your county can do this, but you and your county can't do this, but you and your county can do that. When it comes to commercial kitchens, it all depends on your health department. You must be connected to a municipal water source and have an approved septic system. Some counties you have to have a separate system from your house. Some counties you don't. I've seen this all the way across Kentucky, and it just depends on your county and your relationship with your community and your community leaders. You must have a hand washing stations, a 3-compartment sink, and utility and mop sink. And I have seen the mop and utility sink kind of be in one, and then the 3-compartment sink. They have changed some of those and kind of given some leeway on a few of those things. A lot of times they require you to have a restroom facility. We have farmers that have done a commercial kitchen in their backyard, a 10-by-10 building, and they use the restroom in the house. And that has been approved in some cases. We've had some that had a 20-by-20, and they were told they needed 4 restrooms in a different county. So it just depends. Again, build those relationships. It has to be designated away from your main residential kitchen. We've had them put them in basements before, of a house before. Like I said, wells, cisterns, springs, and all other private water supplies have to be approved by the Division of Water in order to have a commercial kitchen on your property. The plans for the commercial kitchen have to be submitted and approved by the local plumbing inspector before you begin construction. Again, each plumbing inspector in each different county is going to tell you something different. So make sure you abide by your county, because we have state rules, and I can tell you what the state rules are, but each county can go above and beyond what that state rule says and change it on you. So just be wary of that. Make sure you know your local zoning authorities as well. If you want to use a already permitted kitchen, you can go that route. We actually have one here that we can help you get your products through the system. We're working with FDA to get them to come out and inspect you, processing that here so you can get all that research and development done and get approved to process that product, and then find a commercial kitchen to rent and use in your area. Labeling requirements. Depending on how much you're producing will depend on the requirements for a commercial label. Low volume products that bear a nutrition claim don't apply for this exemption. So if you're saying it's low sugar and you've had that tested and you know it's low sugar and you're going to sell that commercially as low sugar, you have to put that on your label. There's certain other requirements if you're making a nutrition claim as well. There are certain allergens that you have to watch out for as well. There's the big 9 allergens. It used to be the big 8. Milk, eggs, wheat, soy, peanuts, tree nuts, sesame, fish, and shellfish. So sesame is a new one. They just recently added that because they were seeing a lot of allergies trending towards this one. So be cautious of that one. Packaged foods must have product labels that have been reviewed by the Kentucky Food Safety Branch. I've got Leslie Cobb in here, but she is not reviewing them anymore as of last week, I found out. I'd already made this presentation. But you can still call this phone number and she can get you in contact with a person that is. I believe it's in here somewhere, the new contact for that. Not all products require a nutrition panel per the regulation. So you don't always have to have that, it's got this many carbs, because some of us are watching carbs, this much sugar, things like that in there. You have to have the statement of identity, the net quantity of contents, the ingredient statements with allergen notification. So if you have an allergen in there, you have to put that on your label. If it was processed anywhere where one of those allergens could be, you have to have that on your label. Your name and address, manufacturer, distribution. You may want to consider a Julian code, so if you do have a recall, you can actually call that product back and you know when you made that product. All print can't be smaller than 6-point font. As you can see, this is 6-point font. Ooh, if I can get to it. Yep, see, that's awfully small. When it's on a label, it really doesn't look that tiny. It's way up here on the screen, and it looks pretty tiny. This is kind of an example of what you wanted to do. Ann Hall Norris developed this when she was with FDA and the Food Safety Branch years ago. But it's a really great example, and we use it all the time. Okay, here you go. food.safety@ky.gov. That is the new link that you send all of your labels to. You need to say attention labeling department in the subject line. And if you're the processor, you have to identify where these products are going to be sold. Are you selling directly to consumer? Are you selling online? If you're doing all of them, make sure you put it all in your email to them. The specialist will actually review your labels and tell you what you need to change. I know we're trying to develop this hot sauce label, and they're like, oh, well, this needs to be in the bottom right-hand corner. So your amount, your net weight, for some reason I had messed it up, and it was not in the bottom right-hand corner, so we had to change it and move it around. They will work with you. Let's talk a little bit about pet treats, and I'm going to try not to cry on this slide because this is my lovely Maple we had for 10 years, and she passed away in August. Pet treats, and then this is my cat Percy, who is now twice the size of my other dog that I have. Anyway, 20 pounds of a cat, it's not bad. But they're actually regulated by the University of Kentucky's Division of Regulatory Services. So they're the ones that you contact if you want to do pet treats here in the state. So just a little bit of information about that. All commercial animal feeds, including pet treats and pet foods, must be registered with the division prior to the sale in the state. So in order to register your product, you can complete the form. It's online, add a product label, and then you can pay for that as well to get it approved, but it has to be in 10-pound packages or less. So if you're doing pet treats, I can't see you making more than unless you got a really big dog, more than a 10-pound bag of pet food. Now, the next thing we're going to talk about is a little bit of cosmetics. Anybody in here doing soaps, lotions, or anything like that? No? Maybe? Okay. So in order to do this, you have to, again, most value-added products you're going to produce, especially commercially, you have to register with the food safety branch in order to produce it. Lotions, oils, lip balms, there's no exemption for those. You have to register those. You can call the food safety branch. Again, their number, I'll go ahead and say it, 502-564-7181. You can call them and ask questions. The ingredients should be listed on all cosmetics and soaps to inform customers potential allergens. Now, you cannot make, again, any claims. This soap, will help with eczema and things like that. You can't make those claims. You can say this product contains goat milk soap, or goat milk lotions. However, if you do have, if you are using raw goat milk, every batch you make, you have to send off to have it tested to make sure that there's like a microbial plate count in there every single batch. That's why a lot of our customers or a lot of our producers or stakeholders are going to powdered goat milk for a lot of their soaps and lotions as well. Because if you're making a batch of 20, then that's one bottle that you have to send off every single time. And you can't just send off a sample. You have to send off one of whatever size that you are that you're selling it in. We do have a commercial processing unit here. I did mention that we would work with people through processing their value-added products to get them up and running. We have a kitchen that can move around the state that you can rent as well. Tom Trivet, wave your hand. He's in the back. He helps me with that. There's certain rules and regulations when it comes to that as well. But we have a sustainability kitchen here that doesn't cost anything, and you can help develop your products through there, and then you can rent our kitchen if you wanted to. Let's go over rules and regulations just one more time really quick. Look at your facility requirements. See the Kentucky Manufacturing Guide. This is posted online. If you email me, I can send it to you. Make sure you have your permits and your registrations, commercial food manufacturing permit. You may need a prepackaged food sales permit. You may need a food storage warehouse permit. This is the Biotourism Act registration, depending on what you're doing. Home-based processors and home-based microprocessors registrations, you'll need those, and your business license. So let's talk about some of the resources out there to help you. Again, I manage the Kentucky State University Small Scale Farm Grant. We have helped a lot with cold storage, commercial kitchen equipment, blenders, molds, different things like that to process your value-added products. We can't buy the jars or the labels, but we have helped a lot in the past with those special uses pieces of equipment. We bought a machine that makes bath bombs for somebody that was going into Kroger as well. So there are those certain equipments. Again, you're going to hear us repetitively talk about all of our other partners because we partner a lot and we go to a lot of these different workshops together. There's K-Card. The Kentucky Center for Agriculture and Rural Development back here. They are great. Business planning, just helping you with your grant applications, things like that. They are awesome at that. And, they're low cost and free depending on what services you need. Speaking of services you may need from K-Card, if you do get one of the bigger grants, they're really great at helping you learn how to keep your receipts as well. The County Agriculture Investment Program. Anybody used CAPE before, the cost share program? Okay, all right, that's a great one out there. Not every county has CAPE, and they actually put more money in some of those counties in eastern Kentucky that didn't have CAPE, and so now they're going to be able to run some CAPE programs. Thank you, Warren Beeler. The Kentucky Department of Agriculture. They're over there. They're having a powwow over there. So they were just up here, telling you about a lot of the different programs that they have. Kentucky Farm Bureau Certified Farm Market. This is a good program for y'all. The Food System Innovation Center, I was talking about processing. They have the Better Processing Control School. They have human controls for food consumption classes. They do a lot of these PSA growers. They do a lot of these trainings, and we, through the Small Scale Farm Grant for up to $500, can help you pay for those trainings and go to some of those workshops as well. Farmers Market Resource Guide, I'm going to just keep harping on that one. That's a really, really good one. Commercial Manufacturing Guidelines, that's something that you can get too. And home-based processing, UK home-based processing website has got a lot of really good information on there if you want to know more about home-based processing. I got a lot of my information for this presentation from their website. They do a really great job at putting a lot of the information out there. The Center for Crop Diversification, they were here earlier. You want to know what you want to sell your product for? You can go on there and look up the price reports and go, oh, well, this, jam is selling for such and such in this area. Maybe I want to go to that farmer's market because maybe I'll get a little bit more. We have more, foot traffic here or, things like that. You can look at that. Market Ready Training Program, that's another program that we can help you get into through UK. Again, I think I've got you in here a couple of times, Sharon. The Kentucky Department of Agriculture Kentucky Proud Program. How many Kentucky Proud, I know we asked this earlier, but I'm going to ask again. How many Kentucky Proud people do we in here? How many Appalachian Proud? All right. Homegrown by veterans? One? Okay, yay. For more information, and if you have any questions, you can always contact myself. This is my cell phone number. It's a Google number. You can text that number anytime. I've sit over here and answered questions all day today. That's why I was a little late getting up here sometimes. Ann Hall Norris, she's a good resource for you with a food preservation extension specialist. She's with UK. And then the lovely Sharon Spencer over here with the division director of direct farm marketing. Yeah, that's a big, you think my title's long? Yeah, that one's pretty good too. So with that, I'm going to go ahead and see, does anybody have any questions? If you have any questions, please go ahead and ask them now. I know there may be people out in the audience or out in the virtual world that may have some questions. I want to thank y'all so much for coming today, and thank you for being here online. Hopefully you can watch this later if you weren't able to attend. All right, we'll take questions. Wait for the mic. Sorry.
You had mentioned for the home-based certification, I think that was the $50 fee that was annual. However, I think you had said that the certification needed to be annual, but I think that's a 2 or 3 year certification, I believe.
So yes, so what you do, the home-based microprocessor, you can $50 initially, $10 renewal every 3 years. Yeah, and that's through your UK local extension office. Thank you. And that's for the home-based microprocessor. I'm sorry. Say that again.
The kitchen, the mobile kitchen. Can you go back to that slide so I can get this gentleman's information?
That's a lot of clicks. Hold on. Okay. And then you can also email me to help with development of products, any kind of value-added products. We have the Sustainability Kitchen here that we help people develop their products through.
The mobile?
Yes, we have to work with the local, again, it's the local health departments. FDA has permitted us to go anywhere in the state with that for the water, and the water is clean so that we could not have to go dump it at the different RV parks and stuff. However, each individual health department and each individual city sewage water decides on where that can be dumped. So we'll have to work with the local health department and the local water in order to figure out the best place in your area to bring that. Anybody else? Yep, right back here. Jan?
Joni, if we would like this PowerPoint, would you be willing to send it to us as a reference?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I will change and adjust the label one because that just changed last week. And I didn't realize that I didn't take out the old one, but I did put the new one in. Any other questions? Sharon has a question. I'm just kidding. Okay, with that, thank y'all very much for coming, and we'll see y'all soon. Let me put my... Oh, well, I guess I can't. I was going to put up my...
Thank you for attending this month's Third Thursday. Next month, join us when we'll have our Third Thursday Sustainable... Next month when we have our meeting about aquaculture.